Thank you for the Risco, our dear students and everyone for singing along. We will take a short 15-minute tea break. You've all been sitting here and been very patient with us, and we'll resume in 15 minutes time. Thank you. We have coffee and tea out at the SPDMA car park.
relate to them and their sensitivities.
It's a celebration for everyone. I think we all have different reasons for celebrating. I know the alumni are strong in terms of the celebrations. But for me personally, it's something to look back on in terms of how Divine Word has grown and developed, and in terms of how we've contributed to the workforce with regards to the country's development. We currently have 4 campuses. We could go to 10 in the next 30 years. That would be good.
Every year, students arrive at Divine Word University carrying different ambitions, experiences, and aspirations.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it a round of applause.
For many, university is the first opportunity to live away from home, to meet people from different cultures, and prepare for professional life. Learning extends beyond lecture theatres into hospitals, classrooms, businesses, newsrooms, and communities. Across every discipline, students are encouraged to think critically, to solve problems, and apply knowledge in practical settings.
I feel like I've give that service to the younger generation who are making a change, not only in the health sector, but the country as a whole, like nation building.
I think we have many of our graduates and out there in the alumni who are in areas where, key areas of decision making. But I think in terms of influencing political decisions and things like that, I think that still has to happen in a big way.
30 years is an opportunity to celebrate achievements. It's also an opportunity to recognize the vision that made those achievements possible. The Society of the Divine Word, present and past presidents and council members, national leaders and partners, academic and professional staff, students, and the alumni. Together, they've built an institution whose influence reaches far beyond its campuses. Every graduate represents a story of opportunity and service. Every generation strengthens the foundation for the next.
That's okay. Okay. Wait. Let's lighten the mood and then. Should we give them some?
I'll continue. I hope you had a good morning tea and actually had some time to socialize with each other. I saw some faces who saw me when I was a baby, but now they are confused that I've grown up. The minister will join us shortly. He's attending to students, but he is aware that we will continue on with our program for this morning. So those of you who are still walking in, if I may ask if you could take your seat and we will commence our program. Okay, so it is my privilege to introduce a man whose journey with Papua New Guinea spans more than 50 years. Professor Father Philip Gibbs, originally from New Zealand, first arrived in Papua New Guinea in 1973 and has since served as a parish priest, lecturer, researcher, contributing extensively to our understanding of Papua New Guinea and its people. His research has included national elections, social issues, and sorcery national action plan. He was awarded the Order of the British Empire, OBE, in 2018, and has served Divine Word University in senior academic and leadership roles, becoming president of Divine Word University in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our president, alumni, and countryman, Professor Father Philip Gibbs, SPD, STD, OB.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and a really sincere welcome to our minister and to our secretary who have come this morning. They've flown all the way to come here to Madang, and I really appreciate, really sincerely, that they've given their time to come here for this event. And yes, let's give them a hand. I'd also like to thank those of you who are alumni. It's great to have you here, and I hope you really find the day enjoyable and interesting. Yeah? I'd also like to welcome those who are from the other universities. I see Ian Findlay here in front of me from UPNG. There's Glory from University of UBS. There's others here, and a big welcome to them. Yes, oh, yes, Janet from Western Pacific. Yes, so a big welcome to you, and we're going to have a special program today starting 1 o'clock with the minister and with yourselves, the VCs. One would hope that, you know, at a Christian, so-called Catholic university, that the students would all be obedient and somewhat good-willed, but unfortunately the events of today have been quite otherwise, and I apologize for that, and hopefully we'll be able to deal with it in the right sort of way. Yeah. Now, alumni this year have been a priority for me. In leadership of the university, I made it the first priority. When I first became president, I did try to make it a priority, and things didn't work out very well, unfortunately. There were a couple of people that we appointed, and it didn't work out. And so I took a bit of a break, and now I really am serious that before I finish at the end of this year, I want us to appoint an alumni coordinator for the university, and who will really, yeah, I think we've got to advertise the position, see who applies. We'll pick the best person, and so that we have a person who can really promote the interests of the alumni, Divine Word alumni throughout Papua New Guinea and beyond, because a number of our alumni are working overseas, as you see from the Alumni of the Year. We're going to have the Alumni of the Year today, and we have that always on the 21st of August, which is today, which is our Founders' Day. And some of you will have seen the pictures around the morning tea area there. They're pictures of some of our earlier staff members and people who helped to establish the university, apart from the living ones like Father Jan, who's in the front here. But some of them who have moved on, we've got their photos, fortunately, and we put them around there so that we can remember who they are. Amazing people who helped to start the university. Yeah. So I'm not going to go on at any length because we're already running pretty late on the schedule. I just want to, this is meant to be a welcome address, and I just want to again repeat and say welcome, welcome, welcome to Divine Word University. And it's wonderful that you've come. And those of you who are students, keep it in mind that one day after you graduated, you'll become alumni too. And you'll be looking for those alumni when you're looking for a job or you're wanting to get contacts somewhere. It's the alumni who will be the best source of of context when you're looking for that when you leave here. So that's very, very important. Thank you, and I just repeat again that you're most welcome, and I'm delighted that those of you who have come. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Professor Philip Gibbs, for the welcoming address. The Society of Divine Word and the missionary sister servants of the Holy Spirit have been foundational to the story of Divine Word University, helping to build an institution where academic excellence, faith, service, and community come together. Their vision commitment continue to shape the university we know today. It is our privilege to invite our occasional speaker, Father Romeo Yadawa, SVD, PNG Provincial Superior of the Society of Divine Word, to deliver the founder's address.
Thank you, MCs. I was asked by the organizing committee to give a speech yesterday. Now they asked me again to give a speech. So I hope you will bear in mind with me. The Honorable Minister, Kinoka Feio, Minister of the Department of Higher Education, Research, Science, and Technology and Sports, Secretary Dr. Loni Baki, Secretary of the Hertz. I just heard the name, you finished your PhD, that's why I also add to the title doctor. Representatives of government, distinguished guests, members of the clergy and religious congregation, members of the University Council and management, and academic and professional staff, students, dear alumni, partners and friends of Divine Word University, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the minister for his talk this morning, for the words of assurance and support to the Divine Word University. When I heard that one, I was inspired, and I hope and wish that you continue also to support the university. As many of you may know, or perhaps some may not, Divine Word University began as Divine Word High School in Madang in 1968. It was founded by the Society of the Divine Word, SBD. SBD in Latin, we call it Societas Verbo Divino. And of course, the Holy Spirit sisters. There's still one German SBD brother living in our community here nearby. His name is Brother Rudy. He's 94 years old. Living in the SBD community, and he helped build this first line classrooms here. If you see all the classrooms there, and he's part of that, who built this classroom there. He once told us that they caught a crocodile, Puk Puk, from the area near St. John Paul Hall. So between here and the St. John Paul Hall, this was swampy area before. So this story reminds us of the humble beginning and pioneering spirit that shaped the institution. In 1972, the high school grew into the Divine Word Institute, and in 1996, it was granted university status, becoming the Divine Word University we know today. This year marks 30 years as a university, and this important milestone is the result of our 30th anniversary Festival of Legacy and Vision in conjunction with Divine Word University Foundation Day, 21st of August. Standing here today brings back memories of those early days. I vividly remember the occasion in the Arnold Johnson Hall when the then Prime Minister Sir Julius Kahn announced that he saw nothing that stood in the way of Divine Word becoming a university. I was privileged to be present among the crowd on that historic day. I have spent 30 years as SBD missionary already in this country, so I witnessed some of the important events that evolved in this university. Today, give us an opportunity to look back with gratitude of the remarkable journey of the Divine Word University. From its humble beginnings, through the vision and commitment of those who founded this mission, to the growth and achievements that have shaped it into the institution we know today. The story of Divine Word University is not simply the story of building, as many mentioned, a story of academic programs or institutional achievements. It is above all a story of people, a story of faith, dedication, sacrifice, and service. Many individuals and communities contributed to laying the foundation of this university and nurturing its growth. In 1896, the first SBD missionaries arrived in Papua New Guinea, and by providence, 100 years later, in 1996, the 100th year of the missionary presence of the SBD in PNG, Divine Word University of Madang was established after these 100 years. So thanks to Father Yan Shuba, its first president, whose commitment, dedication, and passion to build up this university, I also gratefully recall his successor, Professor Cecilia Nembo, whom I was working as a chaplain here in Divine Word during her time as president, and the current president, Professor Father Phil Gibbs, with them for their roles, and the chair and the members of the Divine Word University Governing Council who are guiding this institution for its growth and development as a university. Their commitment has left a lasting legacy that continues to inspire generations of students, staff, and the wider community. There is then a very distinct SBD identity of Divine Word University, with PNG, this beautiful land of the unexpected, and with its one of you, our beloved alumni. As alumni, we belong to a vibrant community of over 27,000 graduates. And we are deeply grateful to be members of the alumni of a leading university in our country. We must take immense pride in acknowledging that we have directly contributed to the quality of human resources in Papua New Guinea, and that our collective efforts have supported the growth, development, and progress of this nation. Being a Divine Word alumnus or alumni in Papua New Guinea at this critical stage of nation building creates a special bond among us. We are not just spectators in the story of PNG, we are the builders, shaping the nation together through our professions, our communities, and our families. We look back with profound gratitude for the ways our alumni had given back to Divine Word University over the years, from contributing generously to the endowment fund, to the construction of the university chapel, as well as coming back to study and work, sending children here to receive quality education, and engaging directly with students through short and long presentations. Our graduates have continuously poured their hearts back into the foundation that raised them. The SBD remains dedicated to strengthening this relationship. And today, we want to look at how we can support and expand this partnership and collaboration even further. We are recalling on our entire alumni community to engage in 5 key action areas to mobilize our network. First, we invite you to come back home and share your rich industry experience with the next generation of students. Last night in the gala dinner, I was listening some of the speakers, and they mentioned about this coming back home. So let us know when job opportunities open up in your sectors and help us offer meaningful work experience opportunities to current undergraduates. Your real-world insights are invaluable to their growth. Second, we invite you to actively form and strengthen local alumni chapters. Strong network systems will sustain our lifelong relationship, support vibrant reunions, maintain our core values, and keep our professional and personal networks thriving across the country. Third, we encourage you to advise us about and participate in professional development certification. In a rapid changing world, continuous learning is essential, and our online programs offer the perfect avenue to upskill while remaining connected to your alma mater. Fourth, let us consult closely with the university administration for targeted developmental projects. We want to embrace state-of-the-art means for fundraising, including modern initiatives like micro-giving through small contributions. Together, even the smallest regular contribution can build monumental structures for future students. Fifth, and perhaps most personally, we want you to tell us your challenges and success stories on our Facebook page. While we proudly celebrate our alumni of the year, we treasure the achievements of every single graduate. Whether your journey has been spectacular on a national stage or simply normal, quiet excellence in your local community, your story matters to us. Every milestone adds to the collective legacy of Divine Word University. In conclusion, what we are talking about today is legacy in action. We stand here today profoundly grateful for the past, for the rich legacy left by those who walked before us. We celebrate the present by mobilizing ourselves for immediate action and deeper engagement. And finally, we look to the future with assuring hope and unwavering confidence. Together, as the Divine Word University alumni family, let us carry the light of knowledge and service forward, building our university and our nation for generations to come. May the celebration of our history renew our gratitude for the past, strengthen our commitment in the present, and inspire us with hope and confidence for the future. Finally, my sincere thanks to our presenters, the Master of Ceremonies, and to the organizing committee for their hard work, and to all of you in making this event possible. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Father Romeo Yadao. The alumni remain grateful for the legacy entrusted to us and deeply connected to our alma mater. Our thanks this round goes to the Papua New Guinea Institute of Medical Research, Kumul Minerals Holdings, and Brian Bell Company Limited for their generous support. The Distinguished Alumni Award recognizes graduates whose lives exemplify excellence, leadership, and service. It was established by a man whose own life reflects remarkable commitment to education, service, and the development of Papua New Guinea. Born in Poland in 1959, Professor Father Jan Zuba, SVD, arrived in Papua New Guinea in 1985 and spent his early years serving in Ambunti, East Sepik Province. That's where Lauren and I are from. There, his work went beyond the parish, helping establish schools, libraries, and clinics, bringing education and essential services to communities in remote areas. He later took on the leadership of Divine Word Institute, guiding its transformation into Divine Word University and helping lay the foundation of the institution we celebrate today. His years of service have been recognized with significant honors, including Papua New Guinea's Companion of the Star of Melanesia and Poland's Knight's Cross of the Order of Polonia Restituta. Today, we celebrate our distinguished alumni and reflect on the significance of Foundation Day. It is especially fitting to hear from one of the people who helped shape the foundation and legacy of this university. When you hear DWU, you think of only one person. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our founding president, Professor Father Jan Zuba, SVD.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Our dear Minister, Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, Secretary and the Deputy Secretary of Department of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, and my friends, I have three friends from DHS, John, Patricia, and Wilma. Can you stand? People have to know who are my friends at DHS. Where is John? We lost John, but he is around. It is like the President mentioned, our minister is extremely busy, and it is a great honor that he was able to come, facing quite a few challenges to get to Medang, but that's what that means to be committed, and he's very much committed to all higher education institutions. Thank you, Minister, for coming. the chairperson and the members of the University Council, the president of Divine Word University, members of the Divine Word Missionaries and Holy Spirit Sisters, distinguished alumni, recipients of the Distinguished Alumni Awards, presidents and the vice chancellors of our sisters universities, I am happy that you came today. Faculty and staff, students, ladies and gentlemen. Before I deliver my speech, I would like to pick up on the words of our president, Professor Phil Gibbs. He had apologized for some inconvenience this morning. We accept the apologies, but that's normal. You should be happy. Universities are places where people express their views different ways. In our days was different. Now students learn from the best. When you have a G7 meeting or international meeting, during that time, some people, not everyone, organize themselves to express themselves. That's normal paradigm, so you don't have to apologize. We are used to that. So our students these days are learning from the best. Saying that, I have a full confidence in the university that those small challenges will be resolved in Divine Word University's philosophy of dealing with human acts which deserve different attention. So I am confident you have the capacity to do it. So there was no need for apologies. It gives me a great joy to be with you at this special day, for me especially this Alumni Day. There are occasions when a university looks back at its history. There are occasions when it celebrates its achievements, but today is different. Today, Divine Word University looks at its alumni and see its legacy alive. A university may be founded on a vision. It may be built through sacrifice. It may grow through dedication of its staff and students. But eventually, the true story of a university is written beyond its campuses and its boundaries. The true story of any university is written in the lives of its graduates. It is written in the communities they serve, the institutions they lead, the families they strengthen, the decisions they make, and the values they defend. This is why the theme for today, Legacy in Action, is so appropriate. Legacy is not simply what we inherit. Legacy is what we do with what we have inherited. That's the big difference. What we do with what we have inherited. When we established Divine Word University, we dream of creating more than an institution that would award academic qualifications. We wanted to form people, to form the minds and spirits of people, people of competence and character, people capable of leadership that is humble enough to serve, people who could think critically, act ethically, and recognize the responsibility to others. And therefore, Graduation at Divine Word University was never intended to mark the end of a relationship with Divine Word University. In many ways, it marked the beginning of the new one. When you graduated from this university, you cease to be simply its student. You became its representatives. From the beginning, before we have the first graduates, we established that philosophy. Wherever a DWU graduate works, serves, or leads, something of this university goes with the person. Your integrity speaks about us. Your professionalism speaks about us. Your compassion speaks about us. Your leadership speaks about us. And your service you offer to others speaks about us. This is why I would say to our alumni today, you did not simply graduate from Divine Word University. You carry Divine Word University with you. There is something unusual and important about Divine Word University. As Minister mentioned, I was involved in establishing different universities. The only one which is different from all others and the ACT is Divine Word University. What is unusual about this university? Divine Word University Act provides that the university owns itself, and this is for all our universities. All our universities have this inserted. They own itself. The legal principle which protects the university, autonomy, independence, and its mission is in all acts of our universities. But there is another kind of ownership that cannot be written completely into legislation or legislative language. It is moral ownership. And is that sense that every graduate has a share and responsibility for and share of the university. You are custodians of its good name. We are partners of its vision and mission. We are witnesses to its values. The Divine Word missionaries can provide governance and spiritual direction. The University Council can provide stewardship. The president, faculty, and staff can provide leadership and education. But only our graduate can take the mission of Divine Word University into thousands of workplaces, villages, organizations, professions, and communities across Papua New Guinea and the Pacific. This is the extraordinary power of alumni community. This campus and all campuses have boundary. The mission which is given to you does not have any boundaries. There is a place on the campus that expresses this beautifully. our alumni park. This park was designed and built by your alumni. And within that stands immortal wall of alumni. The names recorded there honor graduates whose lives have made an exceptional contribution to the society. But I believe that wall does something more. It asks a question, not only of those whose names appear there. It asks a question of every graduate and every student who passed it. What will you do with the education you have received? And perhaps an even greater question, whose life will be better because you pass through Divine Word University. This is the measure of legacy, not the title before your name, not the position you occupy, not the wealth you accumulate, but the difference our life makes in the life of others. A successful career is admirable, but successful life is something greater. Graduation gives you an academic award, gives you a degree. At this university, missioning gives you a responsibility, gives you purpose in life, brings meaning to your life. And this is why missioning ceremony has always held such significance at this university. Graduation tells the world that you have completed an academic program. Missioning tells the world that you are sent, you are being sent with purpose, with clear agenda, and you are ready to take responsibility. You have been sent to practice your profession with integrity, sent to serve community with compassion, sent to exercise leadership responsible, sent to use knowledge not only for personal advancement, but for the common good. I would therefore remind every alumnus and alumna here, each one of you, you are still being missioned. Every morning when you enter your office, classroom, hospital, business, newsroom, laboratory, church, government departments, or community, you have another opportunity to live that mission because you are still being missioned. And that's a difference which not other universities have so far. Today, we also recognize our distinguished alumni. To each of you, we offer our congratulations. We honor you not simply because you have succeeded. We honor you because your achievements demonstrate what education can become when knowledge is joined with character and service. Your recognition today is therefore more than an award. It is also an invitation. Continue to lead, continue to mentor, continue to open doors for those coming behind you. And allow your achievements to tell the young women and men studying at Divine Word University today you too can make a difference. The greatest value of an award is not that it tells us who has received it. It is that it shows others what is possible. My dear alumni, I also want to challenge you today. Do not allow your relationship with Divine Word University to become only a memory. The university does not simply need alumni who remember DWU. Your legislative structure is different. It needs alumni who participate in its future. You shall return and speak to our students, mentor the young graduates, create an internship, share your professional networks among yourselves, help deserving students, open opportunities, advise the university. And here is a room, my dear alumni, for improvement. You should have your voice, active voice at the University Council. My heart was broken when the chair said, invitation was sent, but the response didn't come. Your voice must be on the council. You have the moral ownership of this place, of this university. Your voice must be in the DWU cabinet. You should be employee on the social level, but you are invited to speak at the cabinet level. Your voice must be at the academic board, the highest academic body at any university. You should become academic, as we envisioned when we established the university, that you'll be part of this structure. So, my dear alumni, it's a day that I think sometimes we have to speak the truth. It's the room for improvement. Tell the DW story wherever you go. Above all, protect the reputation of your university through the quality of your own life and work. Why I said that, what I said? Because a strong alumni community should become one of the greatest intellectual, professional, and moral resources available to a university. There shouldn't be another. We shouldn't bother the minister or the department to help us to find consultant to advise us what to do. Why? Imagine that what could happen if the experience, knowledge, leadership, and influence of thousands of Divine Word University graduates were connected more deliberately for the good of the next generations. You graduated over 47,000. Tremendous knowledge, experience, leadership. Get the power of the knowledge to improve the governance, leadership, and academia. This is a legacy in action. The baton is in your hands. There is an image I would like to leave with you today. Talk picture. Think of Divine Word University as a long relay race. Those who founded the university carried the baton for a time. Others received. Administrators carried it. Missionaries carried it. Teachers carried it. Staff carried it. Students carried it. And now, in a very special way, you, the alumni, carried it. Our responsibility is not only to admire those who ran before us. Our responsibility is to carry the baton faithfully and then place into the hands of another generation. That gives new meaning to the words that have accompanied Divine Word University throughout this journey. Securite ad comprehendatis. Run with the purpose to win. For our alumnus and alumna, running to win is not simply about reaching the highest position. It is about finishing your race, having remained faithful to what you believe. Run with integrity when dishonesty appears easier. Run with courage when leadership becomes difficult. Run with compassion when others are forgotten. Run with faith when the road ahead is uncertain. And run in such a way that those coming behind you inherit something better because you are here. My dear alumni, 30 years from now, people may look back at the period of this history of Divine Word University. They will see our buildings, they will see our records, they will see our academic programs, they will know the names of those who led the institution. But if they truly want to understand what Divine Word University accomplished, they will have to look beyond this campus. They will have to look at you, at the lives you touched, at the institutions you strengthened, at the communities you served, at the young people you mentored, at the truth you have courage to defend it, at the opportunities you created for others, at the example you left for others to follow. This will be our legacy. So today, I don't simply congratulate you for being graduate of Divine Word University. I thank you for continuing its mission. I challenge you to remain connected to one another. I invite you to remain connected to your university and to be active at the governor's level, leadership, and academic. And I ask each of you to carry forward the values entrusted to you. The world should know Divine Word University not only because of what happens on the campus. The world should know Divine Word University when they look at you. They look at your achievements. And I think this will be the most important, what you can leave for others to follow. My dear colleagues, staff of the university, alumni, the 30 years from now, People will look at us and will judge us for what we have left behind us. Doesn't matter what kind of vision you have. On the university, I have vision. The world around us is changing with their own vision. The vision does not give you direction. Maybe point somewhere you should go, but never pick up any vision, any direction, without core universal values that we entrusted into your hands. Only those values will tell you, as alumni of this place, the direction you are taking is the right direction. May God bless our country. May God bless Papua New Guinea. And may God bless the alumni of this university. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Professor Yang Zuba, for the inspiring message. Alumni, we are the custodian of the good name DW. Now we move on to the announcing of the Distinguished Alumni of the Year and electronic unveiling. I welcome Ms. Maggie Veve Lohia, Vice President of DW Alumni Medeng Chapter, to announce and present the citation of this year's Distinguished Alumni of the Year Award.
Finally, what everyone's been waiting for. I can see you're all smiling. So this year, in alignment with Divine Word University's 30th anniversary, we are honored to announce that there are 4 recipients for this year's award. Let's all give them a round of applause. Of all these recipients, all of them are females. Now, I don't want you to be judging that we were biased. We just didn't want Annette Sete to be alone on the wall. So we made sure that she had company on the wall. Let's all give them another round of applause. Let's begin. Originally from Salata, Maprik, in East Sepik Province, this awardee calls Medeng home, which is no surprise when she graduated with her Bachelor of Business Studies in 2017. She is recognized for her exceptional contributions to the financial sector and her unwavering commitment to community empowerment, and is honored under the following categories. Under the achievement category, the awardee has demonstrated remarkable professional excellence, graduating with a Bachelor in Business Studies and earning a special award for academic and empowerment excellence. She has risen rapidly through the ranks of banking and superannuation sectors, securing a landmark of 30 million kina state funding allocation for Women's Microbank or Mama Bank, and receiving the CEO's Award for Outstanding Corporate Excellence at both NESFund in 2025 and Mama Bank in 2022. Her regional leadership is further recognized by USAID's Certificate of Excellence in Financial Inclusion and Community Outreach in 2023, and a pivotal role in creating the Women in Super Manual. For her service to society, the awardee, who is a passionate advocate for financial inclusion, has empowered more than 10,000 marginalized women and men through business training and financial literacy programs. As a certified CEFI trainer, she has led national education models and executed targeted school and community-level social investments. Her volunteer work on church and community boards and her leadership in expanding grassroots banking networks have made a lasting impact on communities across Papua New Guinea and in the Pacific. The awardee's commitment to support is evident in her collaborative leadership style and dedication to fostering inclusive environments. As manager of member experience at Nest Fund and chairwoman of PIIF Women in Super Steering Committee, she has overseen member loyalty programs, digital engagement frameworks, and multi-jurisdictional gender equity initiatives. Her democratic management philosophy and focus on teamwork have enabled professionals to drive sustainable economic growth and meaningful social impacts. I would like to now invite former chair of the Council of Divine Word University, Archbishop Douglas Young, to present this award to our first awardee. Archbishop, you can. Thank you. Mrs. Madpo. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our alumni in the audience and who are watching us online from our campuses as well in Medang, Rabaul, and Port Moresby. Let us make welcome the first awardee of the 2026 Divine Word University Alumni Award, Ms. Melisha Sindiwan. For her outstanding achievements, dedicated service to society, and unwavering support for her colleagues and community, she is celebrated as a trailblazer and role model whose work continues to inspire positive change throughout the country. Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Archbishop. That's a starter. Now let's get into the second one. I know you're all excited. Yes. Our next awardee is a pioneer graduate of the physiotherapy program at Divine Word University. Okay, calm down. We're still going. We need to get through this, all right? So she further advanced her professional journey by becoming the first national physiotherapist to pursue a Master of Physiotherapy endorsed in sports physiotherapy from the University of Otago, New Zealand in 2017. Today, she continues to pursue excellence through doctoral studies in physiotherapy at Divine Word University. In recognition of her exceptional dedication and impact in the field of physiotherapy, the awardee is commended for her outstanding achievements. Over the past 17 years, she has faithfully served Divine Word University as an educator, researcher, and leader. She became the first national physiotherapist appointed to an academic position as a teaching fellow with the physiotherapy department, and later the first national head of department for physiotherapy. As lecturer and head of the Department of Rehabilitation Science, she has led academic and clinical programs, contributed to research publications, and advanced evidence-based practice in community physiotherapy, women's health, sports therapy, and health promotion. The awardee has demonstrated remarkable professional leadership. She served as the secretary of the PNG Physiotherapy Association and played an active role in the successful accreditation of the association with the World Confederation for Physical Therapy in Geneva, Switzerland in 2019. Her advocacy and commitment have strengthened the standing of the physiotherapy profession both nationally and internationally, and presenting research at major conferences such as the Purin and the PNG Update. Her service to society is reflected through her commitment to community health, sports development, and public wellness initiatives. She has represented Papua New Guinea as a sports therapist at international sporting events, including the Pacific Games and the Commonwealth Games, while continuing to support local athletes and sporting communities. In 2015, she established the Morning Walk Initiative to promote the healthy and active lifestyle, an initiative that continues to benefit members of the community today. Her volunteer work with women's group, youth development activities, and community outreach programs further demonstrates her commitment to improving lives through service and care. Her involvement with the Red Cross Society in New Zealand, assisting Syrian families, volunteer work with women's groups, youth development activities, and community outreach programs further demonstrates her dedication to humanitarian services and cross-cultural support. Through her mentorship, leadership, and advocacy, the awardee has also excelled in supporting others. She has guided students, supervised undergraduate research, mentored junior academics, and contributed to professional development initiatives within the health sector. Her current involvement in Pacific physiotherapy initiatives to develop the sports coursework program in the Pacific curriculum development and capacity building continues to create opportunities for future generations of health professionals across Papua New Guinea and the Pacific. At this juncture, I'd like to invite to the stage Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Social Science, Sister Miriam Douglas, to present this award to our second recipient. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our alumni, both in the live audience and watching us from various parts of Papua New Guinea and our campuses, let's make welcome to the stage to receive her award, Ms. Rhonda Wohemani. For being the first National Teaching Fellow to be in the first National Head of Department with over 15 years of teaching and representing PNG in the profession of physiotherapy at the National, Pacific, and Commonwealth Games. Ms. Wohemani exemplifies the highest ideals of her profession and serves as inspiration to all. Let's all give her another round of applause. Thank you, Sister Miriam. Thank you, Rhonda. Our third alumni awardee graduated our third alumni awardee graduated with a Bachelor in Social and Religious Studies in 2014. As a firm believer in education, this will be the foundation that gave her the grounding in approaches that could be applied beyond the classrooms. We will hear more of this in the following categories. The awardee is recognized for her exceptional achievements as an environmental justice advocate, community leader, and former elective representative of the Bougainville government. As a traditional landowner from Panguna and former member for Euro constituency, she transformed community concerns into international action, leading a successful campaign that compelled global mining giants, Rio Tinto, to formally acknowledge and address the environmental and social devastation caused by the Panguna mine. Her leadership culminated in a landmark Memorandum of Understanding signed in 2024 that established a pathway for remediation, accountability, and justice for affected communities. Her tireless efforts ended the prestigious 2026 Goldman Environmental Prize often referred to as the world's foremost award for grassroots environmental leadership. Through courage, determination, and unwavering commitment to her people, she has established an international precedent for corporate accountability and environmental restoration in mining-affected communities. Truly the highest honor. As one of the 2 women to win an open seat in the 2020 Bougainville elections, defeating a large field of male candidates, she has also broken barriers for women's political participation and leadership in Bougainville and the Pacific region. We're still going. She is honored for her outstanding service to society through her dedication to improving the lives of people of Bougainville. Having experienced firsthand the impacts of conflict and the environmental legacy of the Panguna mine, she has devoted her life to advocating for affected families, protecting community rights, and promoting sustainable development. Her work exemplified the voices of communities living with decades of environmental contamination, unsafe living conditions, and social hardship. Through extensive community engagement, documentation of local experiences, and advocacy at national and international levels, she has championed access to justice, environmental protection, public health, and community well-being. During her capacity as the former Minister for Community Government and member for Euro, she placed people at the center of public policy, advocating for health, education, environment protection, and the long-term future of Bougainville. And she continues to do so, even life after politics. Her service exemplifies leadership grounded in compassion, integrity, and a commitment to advancing the welfare of future generations. The award is recognized for her unwavering support of communities affected by the conflicts. Together with her husband, she co-founded the John Rocker Counseling and Learning Center, providing education, counseling, and trauma support to communities affected by the Bougainville civil conflict. This initiative reflects a deep commitment to healing, empowerment, and community resilience. Her sustained efforts have contributed to practical outcomes for affected communities, including improved access to clean water, increased recognition of environmental and human rights, and the development of long-term remediation mechanisms for the Panguna mine legacy. Through her advocacy, mentorship, and service, she has become a powerful source of hope and support for the people of Bougainville and beyond. I would like to welcome to the stage the Chief Executive Officer of PNG Mining and Petroleum Hospitality Services, and also a DWU alumni, Jonathan Coraton. Please, he will present the award to our recipient. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, alumni in the audience and on our live audience and online audience, please make welcome to the stage to receive her Alumni of the Year award, Mrs. Theonila Roca Madbob. For these remarkable achievements, distinguished service, and unwavering support for her people, Mrs. Madbob is most deserving of this award, and the highest recognition is bestowed. Let's all give you another round of applause. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Theonila. Yes, we save the last. They always say the best, save the best for the last. Our final recipient is no stranger to communities and education institutions in the country, but more specifically to Medang. Our recipient has more than 18 years of experience across management, fisheries, business development, training, education, and policy advisory roles. She recently graduated with her Master's of Business Administration Management from Divine Word University in 2025, last year. However, her Divine Word University alumni journey began after attaining her Bachelor of Arts, PhD Studies and International Relations back in 2003. She has attained merits and qualifications in other fields, such as certificate in teaching, a Master of Education, curriculum specialization, and certificate in teaching religious education. In recognition of her outstanding leadership, dedication, and transformative contribution to the fishery sector of Papua New Guinea, this awardee is hereby commended in the category of achievement, where she pioneered fisheries education and training in Papua New Guinea, designing curricula that empowered more than 5,000 cooperatives and entrepreneurs. She developed the Know About Business Fisheries program, now delivered in 50 TVET schools nationwide, and represented PNG internationally at the Blue Financing Conference in the United States. She is also commended for her service to society. Through her dedication, she has uplifted communities across the highlands, coastal and islands by equipping resource owners with practical business and fisheries skills. Her work has enabled countless individuals to establish sustainable enterprises, contributing directly to national economic development and fostering inclusivity, especially for women in fisheries. In the category of support, she is admired as a mentor, leader, and role model, embodying the values of discipline, service, and excellence. In her current role as Medang Port Manager, she provides steadfast guidance, ensures compliance, and strengthens partnership and in respect from colleagues, stakeholders, and communities alike. For this award presentation, I'd like to invite President of the University, Father Philip Gibbs, to make this award presentation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our alumni in the live audience and watching us online. Let us put our hands together and welcome to the stage to receive her award, the final recipient of the 2026 Alumni Award of the Year, Ms. Maria Waniangre. Another round of applause. Thank you, Father Philip. Thank you, Maria. Congratulations to all 4 recipients for this year's Alumni Award. We thank you all for your continued service to society and nation building. Let's all give them another round of applause. Thank you, everyone. And now I hand over the floor to the MC.
Thank you, Ms. Lohia. I now invite Emeritus Professor Cecilia Nembo, OBE, second president of Divine Word University and Papua New Guinea's first woman vice chancellor, to electronically unveil the 2026 Distinguished Alumni of the Year plaques. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join us in a big round of applause as we unveil our 2026 Distinguished Alumni of the Year, Melisha Sindiwan, Rhonda Wohemani, Pionila Roca Matbom, and Maria Huaninga. Congratulate. Congratulations to all four of our distinguished alumni. And our sincere thanks to Emeritus Professor Cecilia Nembo for honoring us by unveiling of the plaques. The physical unveiling and group photograph will follow later at the Alumni Park. And now we've been waiting for another important or favorite part of the program, lunchtime. So kindly check your meal pass if you've given a meal pass. Yellow meal pass to the St. John Paul Hall, the green one to the staff dining mess, and student to our favorite area. Once again, thank you to all our distinguished guests. Minister Feo, our secretary, our vice chancellors, presidents, and all other alumni meeting chapters and other alumni online. Thank you very much. Please come back at 1:30.
We will resume at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. So enjoy your lunch and be back before 1:30 p.m. Thank you, Tomas. On behalf of Divine Word University, thank you to all our alumni for the effort so many of you have made to be here today. Give yourself a big round of applause. We see you, we value you, and we are proud of you. Now, please join me in welcoming 2026 Distinguished Alumni of the Year awardee, Miss Melisha Sindiwan. Please give her a big round of applause.
Thank you, Franco and Lorraine. You guys did a wonderful job taking us throughout the day. Thank you, and thank you so much for everyone. To the University Council, former presidents, the founding president, Father Jan Zuba, Professor Cecilia Nembo, our current president, Father Philip Gibbs, member of the faculties and administration, dedicated lecturers, staff, fellow alumni, proud current students, generous sponsors, my beloved parents and family, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. First and foremost, I want to pause and give all glory and honor back to the Almighty God. There's a Bible verse in Colossians chapter 3, verse 23 to 24 that I always keep close to my heart that have shaped my journey in my career, and it reads, "Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord and not for the human masters." So truly, this moment is not because of me, it's because of God. So He deserves all the glory and honor this afternoon. As Divine Word University celebrates its 30th anniversary, I'm filled with so much emotions today. With gratitude, pride, humility, joy, as an alumni of class of 2016 bachelor degree in business management. Like they say, there's some places you may forget, and there's some places that you keep close to your heart. Divine Word is one of those places. I like to call myself a Madang kid because I was born and raised in Madang. And Divine Word was part of my life ever since 1993 when I was born. So standing here today, I am deeply honored, incredibly grateful to be part of the legacy of this great institution. To be recognized as the alumni of the year 2026 during this historical landmark 30th anniversary celebration is truly humbling, and will be one of the greatest honors of my life. I think I'm the youngest among the four recipients. So I'm so grateful and honored. As a reflection on my journey, from a young girl dreaming of one day starting at this university to now standing before you, receiving this recognition, my heart is overflowing with gratitude. This award is not only of a celebration of my journey after Divine Word. It's after 10 years and I'm back here receiving this award, but a reflection of many people, mentors, sponsors, lecturers. I can see some of my lecturers still in the room, Dr. Lindio, Mama Kasak, Trisa Kau, Mr. B, to name a few. Colleagues, family members, and communities who have walked alongside me to help me, save me as a person today. Like I said, I'm proud to call myself a daughter of Divine Word University, and will forever grateful for that. Education, values, faith, leadership, and sense of purpose that this university instilled in me. Let me take you back to my connection to Divine Word University. My connection to DWU began long before I became a student here. Like I said, I was born, raised, and grew up in Madang. In around 1999, as a 7-year-old young girl, living up the Kusba Road, Kusba Police Barracks, my father is a policeman, my mom is a teacher at Kusba Primary School. I would often walk with my siblings, my cousins, to visit my aunt, who was studying here at DWU University. Today is a beautiful family circle moment for me. As I see my auntie Maria Mala, who's receiving a recognition here today. And to receive an award alongside her, it's a very proud moment. Those visits planted a dream in my heart. I dream of one day becoming a student at this prestigious university and graduating with flying colors, which I did. When I finally walked these halls as a student, DW gave me far more than an education. It gave me confidence. It taught me discipline. It strengthened my faith. It sharpened my leadership skills and nurtured a deep desire to serve others. Most importantly, it instilled in me a motto that continues to guide me every day: run to win. To me, run to win means run with purpose, run with determination, run with perseverance, run with integrity and resilience. These values did not stay within the classroom only or the lecture rooms. They became the foundation of my career, my service, and my commitment to helping others. Now let me take you into my career and the work that I do to impact the communities that I served. Like the good Maggie have mentioned, I'm attaching with the financial and banking space in Papua New Guinea after finishing from Divine Word. About 10 years now of experience in the banking and finance, attached to the microfinance industry in Papua New Guinea, before recently to join NES Fund, the largest superannuation fund. During my final year here in Divine Word University, I wrote a thesis title. I believe Mrs. Cow will remember this title. A study to investigate the factors affecting the performance of women entrepreneurs in micro and small enterprise in urban areas of Madang Province. That was my final year thesis. Growing up in Madang, I watched hardworking mamas selling ice blocks, Mary blouse, second-hand clothing, betel nut, fresh fruits, etc. to make ends meet to support their families. As I listen to their stories, watch their struggles, later I researched their experiences. I realized that many women were not lacking determination, talent, or ideas. What they lacked was access to opportunities, financial services, and support. Little did I know that the thesis I wrote as a student would become the blueprint of my life's journey, or my life work. After graduating, I joined Women's Microbank, proudly known to a lot of Papua New Guineans and mamas as Mama Bank. Over the 8 years, I was blessed to work alongside an incredible team that is committed to financial inclusion and empowering women and communities of Papua New Guinea. My work was never simply about microfinance, banking, or financial literacy training. It was more about creating the pathway and opportunities for the marginalized women and providing the banking and delivering the banking services. Financial literacy, business development, skills training. I have trained a lot, like what Maggie said, 10,000 plus mamas have trained under me and certified. I teach them basically about savings and budgeting, entrepreneurship, something that never taught in classes or in classrooms or either in primary, secondary, universities. So that was something I was passionate about that I was doing. One of the greatest reward of this work has been witnessing transformation, real transformation. Transformation in a mama's life that was selling in a table market into a trade store. A mama now operating a PMV bus and owning a PMV business. Others have built tailoring businesses, retail outlets, and small enterprise, and now provide income and employment opportunities for their family and communities. For me, success never been measured by the amount of fundings and partnership or size of business that I worked for or I have secured for Women's Microbank known as Fund. I measure my success based on the life that has transformed. I measure success by the women who can now send their children to school and can able to pay for the fees. I measure success by the entrepreneurs who have grown from survival business to sustainable business, changing the mindset. I measure success by seeing people move from where they are yesterday to something better today. During my time at the bank also, I worked really closely with the government of Papua New Guinea. Through the DDAs, provincial governments, looking for opportunities, trying to become the bridge between the bank and the communities, between the bank and the marginalized women. Like I said earlier on, the women, the people, they want to do something. They don't lack determination and ideas. They have it all, but they just need a little push and support. So I wanted to be that bridge for them. When I joined Mama Bank as a young graduate with no experience at all, I started as a marketing officer looking for ways to fundraise to get money to support the bank because it was a growing bank at that time in 2014. Did a lot of negotiation, trying to get government support. It wasn't easy. Till last 2 years ago, the government of Papua New Guinea agreed to put Mama Bank into the national estimate budget and gave 30 million kina. And that's something I'm really, really happy and proud about because I can see women's lives are now transformed. A lot of mamas are flooding into Women's Microbank, getting loan to do their businesses, supporting ideas and working alongside UN, EU, Australian government, New Zealand government, Kiva, a crowdfund in US, trying to come up with inclusive product, financial products that can make banking inclusive, affordable, accessible, to every woman, every man, every youth, and every community that I've served in. And when I joined the bank, mind you, the customer base was around 17,000. When I left the bank 2 years ago to join Nest Fund, I have helped to raise the client base or the customer base to 150,000. The savings have grown from hundreds to millions. The loan portfolio have grown. It's because of the passion that I wanted to be the bridge between the bank and the people. Today, my journey continues with Nest Fund, the largest and leading superannuation fund in Papua New Guinea and the Pacific region. I continue the mission. I still hold strong my passion in advocating for financial inclusion, financial literacy, super education for our members. Nest Fund has a clientele base of 744,000 plus members speaking. And we are very big in terms of client base compared to our number one super and other super funds. So we have a lot of work to do is to educate our members to making sure when they retire with dignity. Working at Nest Fund, I was very privileged to be given or been recognized to be selected to be part of Pacific Island Investment Forum. Pacific Island Investment Forum is a forum where all the super funds in 12 different Pacific Island countries are member to that forum. And they talk about ideas, solutions, strategies on how to making sure everyone in the Pacific retire with form of dignity. And They appointed me to be a chair of the Women in Super Network, and which I was really privileged and also helped to develop the manual for women in super across the Pacific, and now it is used across the Pacific. And those appointments they didn't just come about. It's because of the passion that they see in me to drive financial inclusion in PNG. So whether I'm speaking to students, workers, or SME, churches, communities, rural mamas, my mission still remains the same, is to educate, empower, and create the opportunities for our people as a bridge to our people. Okay? I would like to give you acknowledgements. An achievement like this, Alumni of the Year Award, will never come in a solo journey. You will need someone to hold hands with you to come this far. So firstly, I would like to acknowledge and thank my beloved parents. They're here in this room this afternoon with me. My mom and my siblings, niece and nephew, they're here. So thank you so much for always putting up with my stress and always praying for me when I'm in the rural parts of Papua New Guinea to come home safe. Thank you so much. You guys are my wise. I also would like to say thank you to one of the women leaders in Papua New Guinea that always believe in my work and always sponsor me, put me on the spotlight to connect me to other people, and that's Mrs. Lady Marpe. She's gonna join us probably later on this afternoon, but she deserves an acknowledgement from me. You have to have good connections and partnership and relationship if you want to progress. And you have to establish that somehow, somewhere. So she's been very supportive in the drive of financial inclusion and women economic empowerment. So thank you so much, Lady Rachel Marape. And also, I would like to say thank you to Divine Word again for not only giving me the quality education and long life learning and leadership and all the values. Divine Word also gave me some friends that I kept close to my heart today. Lifelong friends, I'd say. And I want to say thank you to Janice Kwaningi for nominating me for this award. She's in the room this afternoon with me, so thank you, Janice. I see my other classmates in the room too, Stephanie Lawarabin, Jerome, Willie Dulu. Thank you so much for your support and believe in my work. I would like to also acknowledge the first ever CEO that I worked under, Mr. Gunanedi Das from Women's Microbank. Someone who believes in a young graduate with no background in any job. But I always remember the first time he asked me, where do you graduate? And I said, from Divine Word. Okay, we need a marketing officer. Can you be a marketing officer? I said, I can be a marketing officer. And then he asked me, okay, can you do me a favor? And I said, what? You have to come here on Thursday. That was Easter Thursday of that year in 2017. And you will present to us about microfinance. And I said, okay, because I know that I did a research on microfinance already. So I went in there and he told all the staff that she's a consultant. She's a consultant and she'll be doing a presentation to us about microfinance in PNG. And everyone in the room thought it was true. After I did my presentation, he asked everyone in the room, how was the presentation? And they said, it was very good. It was very good. We should implement some of the recommendations, and recommendations are from my thesis paper. So anyway, when they gave a really good feedback about my presentation, he told me on the very spot that, well, Melisha, this is your job. Welcome to Women's Microbank. And that's how my career started, with microfinance and into the financial inclusion. So thank you so much, Mr. Das. I also would like to say thank you and acknowledge the leadership of NESFAN. Thank you for trusting me with the opportunities to continue making positive impact locally and also regionally. Also to my other sponsors, also like Pacific Island Investment Forum and other development partners like Australian Aid, New Zealand, EU, and UN Women. Thank you also for your support in this mission for women economic empowerment in PNG. Ma big latok thank you through me latok thank you long all mama. All mama across the Papua New Guinea, the mamas, especially the marginalized mamas in the communities of Papua New Guinea, that they don't have that access to banking and microfinance. They always think that banking is too difficult, it's expensive. And they think that there's a lot of requirements to open a bank account and they don't want to be participative. But they believe in the mission. They believe in the idea that if they want to see change, they have to participate. So this award is not only for me or my family, no, it's also, I want to dedicate to all women of Papua New Guinea and the communities that I have worked and served across the nation. I want to leave a message to the current students. Before I close, I would like to speak directly to the current students who are here today and who are watching live. The next generation of leaders is sitting in this room. The next CEOs, entrepreneurs, teachers, health professionals, bankers, public servants, innovators, and nation builders are in this room today. Never underestimate the power of your education. The assignment you're working today could be the solution to the challenge facing your communities tomorrow. The research paper you will be writing would become the lifeline of your work, just like me. Do not wait until graduation to start making a difference. Start now. Volunteer. Serve your communities. Build those meaningful relationships. Stay curious. Dream boldly. And most importantly, remember that education is not just about building a career. It's about using your knowledge, skills, talents to improve the lives of others. Papua New Guinea needs your ideas. Papua New Guinea needs your leadership. Papua New Guinea needs your service. So whatever your journey takes you after Divine Word, always remember the motto of this great institution, run to win. As I come to conclude, what began as a young hometown girl from Medang, walking through the gates of Gavstor to Divine Word University, has become a journey of faith, purpose, service, and impact, and a bridge to the formal system in the banking, to the informal system in the microfinance sector. Divine Word University did not simply educate me with quality education. It has shaped my character. It has strengthened my faith, and it challenged me every day to lead with integrity and ethics. And it taught me that true success is measured by how many lives we have lifted along the way and impacted along the way. To my fellow alumni, current students, lecturers, staff, and colleagues, and Divine Word University as a whole, happy 30th anniversary, happy Foundation Week. May Divine Word University continue to educate, inspire, and save generation of ethical leaders of Papua New Guinea and beyond. Divine Word, thank you so much for the incredible honor of the award, of the Alumni Award. And God bless Divine Word University, God bless Papua New Guinea, God bless all the alumni, and may we continue to live by the words, run to win. Thank you.
Mumpla alumni, mumpla so, mumpla paitin big plan ken ha. Our vice chancellors and our dignitaries are not here, so we can go informal a bit. Now, please make welcome 2026 Distinguished Alumni of the Year awardee, Miss Maria Huaningre.
Good afternoon. Hope we are not sleeping. I'm privileged and honored to be here today. Thank you, Divine Word. I stand as a professional here with a coat. If Divine Word did not dedicate me, I would not stand here with a coat, but thank you. Members of the Governing Council, Divine Word University, Founding President, Professor Farayan Zuba, Emeritus Professor Cecilia Nembo, current President of the University, Father Phil Gibbs, lecturers, academic and non-academic, distinguished guests, fellow alumni, students, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to thank the person who's just walked in. Father Pat Guest and Bishop Doug Young came a long way with me. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you today as a proud alumni of Divine Word University. Returning to my alma mater brings back many memories and reminds me of how profoundly this university shaped my career, leadership journey, values, ultimately molding me into the person I am today. I'd like to thank my niece Melissa, Naomi Ignace, sitting up there, thank you. I would hold their hands and bring them in. So they were both graduates of the business studies at Divine Word University. I had an influence in their life. In 1999, I arrived at Divine Word University as a student pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Papua New Guinea or PNG studies. Like many students, I came with dreams, ambitions, uncertainties, and a desire to contribute meaningfully to the society. Little did I know that the next 4 years would become some of the most transformational years of my life. I was a little Miss Flossy Few Clothes back then, a little pumpkin, but I came for studies. The PNG Studies program provided me more than an academic knowledge. It helped me understand Papua New Guinea's rich culture, diversity, our tradition, histories, languages, governance systems, and social structures. Thank you to Professor Father Pat Guest and Douglas Young. Through my studies, I learned to appreciate people from different backgrounds and developed a deeper understanding of leadership, community development, and nation building. That is where PNG studies can bring you to. Most importantly, this university taught me that education is not just about gaining knowledge, it is about building character. The values of integrity, discipline, respect, humility, service, and commitment were embedded into every aspect of the university life. I recall the ethical class with Father Ziegler every 2 o'clock up at BS Complex. Goodness, that is not the right time to have class. We would sing through to get the lesson over. These values have guided my decisions, influenced my leadership style, and remain the foundation of my professional journey. After graduating in 2003, I began my career in the education sector as a lecturer at St. Benedict's Kandy campus. It was here that I discovered the rewarding experience of teaching, mentoring, and empowering future educators. The role strengthened my communication skills, confidence, and passion for helping others grow. Whilst at St. Benedict's Kindy campus, I pursued Masters in Education because the role wanted me to have something additional. I had Masters in Education, Curriculum Specialization, and I was one of the first pioneer in curriculum specialization from Divine Word University. From 2005 to 2006, and I graduated in 2007. The qualification that gave me an added edge in my teaching, lecturing profession. My journey then took me to the Papua New Guinea Education Institute in Port Moresby as a senior lecturer, where I gained valuable experience in teacher training, training people who want to be teachers, and professional development. These early years taught me the importance of lifelong learning, adaptability, and continuous personal growth. One of the most memorable chapters in my career was serving as a pioneer lecturer at Sacred Heart Teachers College, Bomana, NCD in 2010. It was a new college, I had no idea. I'd say I'll try. It worked. Being part of a pioneering institution required dedication, resilience, innovation, and teamwork. Always a teamwork. No man is an island. It challenged me to think beyond my comfort zone and contribute to building a learning environment that would prepare future generations of teachers. As opportunity arose, I ventured beyond education into other sectors. I joined the Department of Finance as a training consultant for the Integrated Financial Management System, IFMS, the current accounting system for Papua New Guinea. I wasn't a business studies student, but PNG studies had its own way, so I decided to be a consultant then. This role broadened my understanding of public sector reforms, financial management systems, stakeholder engagement, and capacity building. It demonstrated that when you possess strong foundational values and a willingness to learn, your skills can be transferable across different industries. It was also a privilege to work with the International Foundation for Electoral System, IFES, supported by the United States Department. I had to communicate with the US government. I don't know how, but I did it. I was reporting to the State Secretary, Clinton. So I was just thinking, how on earth I'm doing this. This experience gave me valuable exposure to governance, civic education, democratic processes, and institutional strengthening. Working with diverse teams and stakeholders enhanced my leadership, collaboration, and strategic thinking capabilities. My major next chapter was with the National Fisheries Authority that is I'm here today. For 8 years, 6 months, I served as the program leader for the Fisheries Business Women in Business at the National Fisheries College in Kavieng, New Ireland, the business training arm of the National Fisheries Authority. This role was particularly meaningful because it enabled me to empower over 5,000 plus Papua New Guineans through entrepreneurship and economic participation. And that is in the MTDS for Papua New Guinea. I had the privilege of training, coaching, mentoring, and supporting fisheries entrepreneurs, especially women and men, fishery cooperatives, fishing groups, from small to medium enterprise operators to establish and grow their businesses through fishing and fisheries-related activities. From mariculture and aquaculture ventures to community-based fisheries enterprise. I witnessed firsthand knowledge and opportunity that transformed their lives for the individual, families, and communities. I never took a fishery studies, a divine word, but out of curiosity. Thank you, PNG Studies. Seeing that we were touching the lives of the community, know about business fisheries, KBF program under the tripartite partner arrangement between Medium Enterprise Corporations, MEC, National Department of Education, the TVET sector, and National Fisheries Authority was established to provide fisheries content, skills, and knowledge in TVET schools. Providing fisheries entrepreneurial mindset to students who cannot make it through to higher learning institutions. The tripartite partners created opportunities in fisheries sphere for students to acquire skills and knowledge to be self-employed for economic independence, food security, and sustainable living. Today, this program is rolled out to 50 selected vocational schools nationwide. The M&E program will be rolled out by Monday. I should be out doing that, and then we report back and we could roll it out to the next 50 schools. The experience reinforced my belief that true leadership is about creating opportunities for others to succeed. I pursued a second master's in business administration management because of my current role from 2023 to 2024 and graduated in 2025. And I sincerely thank my managing director, Mr. Justin Ilakini, the National Fisheries Authority, for seeing the potential in me, and they sponsored me all the way through. I did not spend a toya. Thank you to the National Fisheries Authority. This qualification equips me with the knowledge, skills, strategic mindset required to educate future professionals, manage complex port operations, lead diverse teams, and contribute effectively to organizational growth and national development. The qualification continues to have a direct and positive impact on my daily work by improving decision-making, leadership effectiveness, operational performance, and overall professional competence. Today, I serve as the port manager for Medeng under the National Fisheries Authority. In this role, I contribute to the management and development of one of the Papua New Guinea's key economic sector. Every day, I draw upon the leadership skills, knowledge, discipline, resilience, and values that were first nurtured during my years at Divine Word University. Thank you. Looking back, I realized that none of these achievements happened by chance. They're the result of continuous learning, perseverance, hard work, and a willingness to embrace change. Most importantly, they were built upon the foundation that this university provided. Today, when people ask me how I have been able to move successfully across education, finance, governance, development, fisheries, and leadership roles, my answer is simple. Divine Word University taught me how to learn, how to adapt, how to serve, and how to lead. To the students gathered here today, I would like to leave you with 3 important messages. The current students. First, embrace every opportunity to learn. Your education extends beyond the classroom. Every challenges, friendships, project, and experience contributes to your growth. Never underestimate the value of learning from people, communities, and circumstances. Second, be courageous enough to step into unfamiliar phase. My career journey did not follow a straight path. It crossed multiple sectors and professions. Some of my greatest opportunities came from areas outside of my field of studies. Do not limit yourself. Your degree is your foundation, not your destination. Third, lead with integrity and humility. Let's not ask for more. Do what you can. Titles may change, positions may come and go, but your character will always be your greatest asset. True leadership is not about authority. It is about service, influence, and making a positive difference in the lives of others. As I reflect on my journey from being a PhD studies student at Divine Word University to serving in various professional and leadership roles across Papua New Guinea, I can confidently say that this university did more than educate me. It shaped my thinking, broadened my perspective, strengthened my values, prepared me to face the world with confidence and purpose. The lessons I learned between 1999 and 2002, including postgraduate degrees, continue to guide me today. The values instilled in me remain relevant in every decision I make. For that, I will always be grateful to Divine Word University. Thank you, Divine Word University, for investing in young Papua New Guineans, for nurturing future leaders, and for helping shape the woman I am today. May God continue to bless Divine Word University, the PhD Studies Department, all other faculties, Mr. Kuyas, and to late Mrs. Kuyas, late Dr. Sai, its students, its alumni, and our great nation. And thank you, Professor Father Yan Suba. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mala. Let's give him sorry, not Mala. I'm all right. Jimmy, give me a naplahan. I've been calling her since I was a kid, so it comes easily to me. Just an announcement for our alumni executives. You are requested to meet at the AJ Hall. So alumni executives, please, if you are with us, there's a meeting for you at the AJ Hall. So if you could make your way there. Now, please join me in welcoming 2026 Distinguished Alumni of the Year awardee, Ms. Rhonda Hoemani.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, Lorraine, and thank you, Mr. Kuyas. President of Divine Word University, Professor Father Philip Gibbs, SPD Provincial Superior Father Romeo Riadao, former President of Divine Word University, Father Yan Zuban, distinguished alumni, families, students, and distinguished council members of Divine Word University, executive members, colleagues. Good afternoon to you all. First and foremost, I bow in profound humiliation before Almighty God. It is through His divine grace, strength, and unforeseen guidance that I stand before you today to receive this distinguished alumni award. Behind every individual journey, there are champions who walk alongside you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shelbina Ramtonic, to Samantha Barnabas, to Messia Gire, to Magdalene Bagat, for your tremendous effort in believing in me. Thank you for your collective endorsement. Your true trust in this individual milestone shaped into a shared victory. Equally, I express my sincere appreciation to our professional leaders, Papua New Guinea Physiotherapy Association President, Mr. Paul Now, former head of department, Dr. Kati Keyan, PNG Olympic Committee Chief Executive Physiotherapist, Mr. Matthew Natush, and all our officers in charge and clinical supervisors across our provincial health authorities. Thank you for your steadfast leadership, partnership, and dedication to elevating our profession across Papua New Guinea. Established in 2002, our physiotherapy program represents a bold leap forward for healthcare education in Papua New Guinea. While physiotherapy remains a relatively young profession in our country, look at how far it has come. Today, our graduates are breaking new grounds, serving on the front lines of public health, caring for our armed forces in the military PNG Defense Force, empowering elite athletes in sports, both nationally and internationally, in Pacific Games, in Commonwealth Games, and in Olympic Games, and stepping out boldly as entrepreneurs running their private practice. Furthermore, our graduates are practicing in Australia and other countries, proving beyond doubt that education forged right here at Divine Word University is internationally recognized, and that Papua New Guineans can excel both at home and abroad. My relationship with Divine Word University began in 2003. As a pioneer diploma physiotherapy student, following those foundational years, I completed 2 years of clinical residency in Wewak Hospital, gaining indispensable hands-on experience in our public health system. Deepening that bond, DWU welcomed me back in 2008 as a teaching fellow. Balancing both sides of the lecture hall, I had the unique privilege of teaching undergraduate students while working towards my own degree, graduating with a Bachelor of Physiotherapy in 2010. Sitting in those classrooms all those years, I never dreamt that one day I would stand before you to receive this prestigious award. DWU did not simply educate me, it invested in my potential and gave me the courage to dream big. That dream took me far, but ultimately brought me home. After my degree, I went on to earn my honors graduate degree at James Cook University, and later my Master of Physiotherapy endorsed in sports in Otago University, New Zealand. Through the prestigious Manaki Scholarship. Though professional opportunities beacon abroad, returning to Papua New Guinea was never a question. My heart has always been here. my skills, my clinical training, and my devotion belong right here in service to Divine Word University and our beloved nation. We have never overcome the profound significance of where we stand today. Divine Word University remains the only institution in the entire of Papua New Guinea that offers a degree in physiotherapy. Consider the weight of the responsibility. Every qualified physiotherapist who steps out into our health system to heal our people, restore mobility to the injured, give hope to the families, and uplift communities is forged right here on this campus. DWU carries the heart of physical healthcare rehabilitation for an entire country. Having served as an academic here for 16 years and now stepping into my 17 years, to carry the torch has been the greatest privilege of my life. True recognition is not a celebration of my 17 years of service, but a testimony of service with a purpose. While my national colleagues left to pursue their dreams outside, I stayed to carry forward the vision set under the leadership of Father Jan Zuba. In 2020, when I was entrusted to lead the Department of Rehabilitation Sciences as the head of department, the full magnitude of that responsibility rested on my shoulders. Stepping into that role, I carried a historic honor, becoming the first national and the first female to head a physiotherapy department and training school in our country. To stand as a Papua New Guinean woman at the helm of our nation's only physiotherapy program was both a humbling privilege and a sacred duty. It meant breaking ground, not just for myself, but for every young woman and national academic who would come after me, proving that we are fully capable of leading our own healthcare education into the future. It was truly trial by fire, marked by immense hardship, high expectations, and a steep learning curve, managing student needs, leading staff, navigating administrative, and teaching all at once was deeply exhausting. There were days of doubt, yet I learned that leadership is not about having all the answers. It is about having the humility to seek wisdom and guidance. I sought mentorship from senior leaders, undertook continuous leadership learning, and drew immense strength from workshops hosted by mentors like Professor Ivona. Through every obstacle, our vision grew stronger. In 2019, together with former head of department, Dr. Katikeyan, we championed the effort to officially register the PNG Physiotherapy Association with World Physiotherapy in Geneva, Switzerland. For the first time, Papua New Guinea physiotherapy gained a recognition, respected voice on the global healthcare stage. That global perspective was always paired with local service. From 2019 to 2023, I was privileged to serve voluntarily alongside Matthew Nautush on the medical team for the Papua New Guinea Olympic Committee, supporting our national athletes as they wore the Kumul jersey with pride on the international stage. It was a thrilling reminder that clinical skills we build in these lecture rooms transform lives and bring honor to Papua New Guinea. Real service does not end when the work week finishes. On weekends, through my Baha'i community, I serve alongside my members to help build safer, stronger, and more united communities in Medellin. These experiences have taught me that true leadership is never defined by title, an office, or rank. It is defined by service, collaboration, and readiness to roll up your sleeves wherever human need exists. When we serve with a purpose, God gives us the strength to accomplish more than ever we thought possible. To my current and former students, you are my ultimate reward. I hope my journey proves to you that true excellence does not come from chasing praise or status. It comes from serving faithfully, embracing the hard work, and lifting others as you climb. Looking ahead, my vision to elevate physiotherapy at Divine Word University centers on turning unique responsibility into nationwide transformation, building our strong foundation as PNG Soul Physiotherapy degree program, and utilizing our DWU Physiotherapy and Rehabilitation Clinic. My goal is to spearhead postgraduate specialized clinical training, advanced specialized patient care, and expand internationally with research collaboration through our global affiliations. I would like to make a call to our alumni, to my fellow distinguished alumni sitting here today. Look around this room. Look at the brilliant minds, resilient spirits, and the leadership capabilities surrounding us. While our student days may be behind us, our legacy is being written right now. We were refined with these walls to leave an indelible mark on our country. Remember that true empowerment is never measured by the titles on your business card or the balance in your bank account. True empowerment is measured by how many doors you open for those who walk behind you. As Saint Pope John Paul II beautifully urged us, and I quote, "Do not be satisfied with mediocrity. Put out into the deep and let down your nets for a catch. The future is in your hearts and in your hands." He urged individuals not to settle for an easy, unchallenging, or half-hearted life. He encouraged us to take risks, having deep faith and stepping out of one's comfort zone, and reminds us that our choices and actions shape the world of tomorrow. So as we live here today, I challenge you, do not sit on your potentials. Take the fire, the resilience, and the values forged within this university and unleash them on the world. Be the innovators, be the mentors, and the nation builders of Papua New Guinea. I would also like to say a tribute to the founders of Divine Word University. As I stand before you today, not just as an academic or an awardee, but simply as Rhonda, my heart overflows with emotions. I look across this room and see sons and daughters of this land who walk through these gates with nothing more than hope and left equipped to heal, lead, and build our nation. We owe an eternal debt of gratitude to Divine Word University as we celebrate 30 remarkable years of offering tertiary education. For 3 decades, this university has stood as a beacon of truth, wisdom, and service, proving the brilliancy and strength of Papua New Guineans. Above all, we bow our heads in profound reverence to our founding religious congregations. We honor the Society of Divine Word, the SVD missionaries, and the missionary sisters, servants of the Holy Spirit. We pay homage to the Catholic Church, SVD priests and brothers, and the Holy Spirit sisters who left their homes, crossed vast oceans, and sacrificed their lives in selfless service to establish this sanctuary of learning. They sowed in tears, faith, and hard work so that we could reap the rich harvest of quality education today. Their holy legacies live on in every transformed life, every degree awarded, and every community healed across Papua New Guinea. To Divine Word University, my greatest gratitude for nurturing my purpose and believing in my dream. This award belongs to our entire community. Let us not just reflect the light of our alma mater. Let us begin the fire that transforms our nation. Thank you, and may God richly bless Divine Word University in Papua New Guinea.
I know at this time the lunch has already kicked in, but we are here to celebrate each other, so let's give her another big round of applause. And finally, please welcome 2026 Distinguished Alumni of the Year awardee, Mrs. Tionila Roca Matbob.
Tampara kamu no okutuna. I acknowledge the presence of God, the spirits of the land on which we stand on, the guardians of the land, past, present, and the unborn, and the Catholic missionaries who took over the land to build this amazing institution that has given us this golden opportunity to build ourselves, to know ourselves, and be able to appreciate who we are in order to understand how we can engage and make impact in our own life, in those around us, and the neighbors or the unborn generation. All the shoulders I fell on, all the ants that carried me, the cups of wisdom by the fireplace, the facilitators of knowledge, all individuals and institutions who impacted me directly and indirectly, tampara okutuna. As a village girl born and raised in the village, I walked in that gate at the Divine Word University with millions of dreams, not knowing how to manifest all of those dreams into reality. Walking into generally an even smaller lecture complex gave me an impression which was obviously sideways according to the way mainstream thinking is crafted and believed. Little did I know that all the tools I needed to go back to my village were in that small building called the Department of Social and Religious Studies. That department, the craft, the layering, the programming is designed and was designed, and I believe it is still the same, for kids like us who were born in the village, who grow up with so many dreams, to pack ourselves a bit and pieces of little bits of what we would need to go back to the village and build systems and structures that would impact those around us, because Melanesia is a very inclusive economy. As a proud Melanesian daughter, I believe that we're born wealthy with land, environment, our culture, and each of us. That is wealth in itself that really needs to be redefined and be able to know who we are in this ever-changing world that we're living in. These are industries yet to be untapped in our country and the greater Pacific. And for most of us, we were commissioned in this building to go out and serve our communities on behalf of this university. I carried my cross here in 2013 before I graduated in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am truly honored to be walking back through the gate as one of the alumni awardee for 2026. Tampara opportunity. This recognition means a lot for me, for the longer road still ahead of me and ahead of us. Why? The road is too long for me to walk alone, but if we all work together, the road will no longer be longer. So let us all do it together and see each other as the bits of the puzzle that can shine for Melanesia and this beautiful country. While I accept this award, I have 4 simple asks to our university, to my School of Arts, Mimin faculty, students, alumni, and current students, and lastly, current and future parents. 1, may this university, in the next 30 years, from next year on, remain intentional, maintaining the same spirit this university started with, and ensure that this university maintain its authenticity to interface with the world outside, as well as institutionalize the village economies, because those were the gift to us from our ancestors. Asking number 2, to the Faculty of Arts. Humans are super complicated beings. No sciences has beat and will never beat. Given that each of us is built with 82 billion neutrons, focus on preparing human beings from its thought life before conception, right through to the way they should behave and interface with another human being to maintain order and harmony. Getting that wrong is the beginning of conflict. 3, not many of our sciences give us pre-packaged handbook, blongo back long place, and develop, systemize, and economize. Our inclusive economy is called our villages. Let's find balance between the left-hand economy, or the economy that we enter the conventional education system and build as an identity around us, and at the same time not living our right-hand economy which we inherited from our ancestors. Last, pay attention to parenting. Parenting makes or breaks the future. Be present to develop child's interpersonal awareness. The longest journey is not getting on the plane in Port Moresby and going to Los Angeles. No. The longest journey is reconciling the mind with the heart, and vice versa. Let's train our children that the heart of communication and communicating consciously is not just a biological development, but an intelligence. Ensure that our children are kinesthetically sound, that they are not all thoughts, but action as well. Train our children by leaving the example that money and material wealth is not the genesis of crafting freedom, but the end of hard work. Let's mentor our children to also practice better ways to present their image, their surnames, their families to the neighbors, so that we can live in love, harmony, and order. As a Melanesian daughter from the Basikan clan, I would love to leave a Melanesian principle, advice from my clan, my language, Nasioi, in an island called Dupe, commonly known as Bougainville, for each of us to build vertically. We can build upwards, enter the structures, get going, but let's impact horizontally. Let's impact across. Let's use the power of divine word that is alive in us to impact change individually and in our families and our world, so that we create a bigger legacy from this one today and a bigger vision that will radiate the divine word far and wide. Let us all remind ourselves today that we're pieces of a puzzle that will stand on the hill as the gospel reaffirmed today on the 30th anniversary, and again reminded us, let us do this together. Tampara, tampara okutuna.
Thank you, Mrs. Roca Matbob, for your powerful message, and thank you to all our 2026 distinguished alumni awardees. Your stories are the living legacy of this university. As we move into part 2 of our alumni voices, our sincere thanks to the Papua New Guinea Forest Authority and PNG Forest Research Institute, and Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners of Papua New Guinea for their sponsors. Yesterday, our Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marape, challenged Divine Word University to help create more entrepreneurs for Papua New Guinea. Well, I am proud to say the next 3 alumni we will hear from are already doing that exactly. They are entrepreneurs who taken their ideas, their education, their DW experience and turn them into enterprise that are making an impact. We will first hear a video message from Mr. Richard Mark and Miss Anne Shelley Korave. Richard Mark is a proud DW alumnus and entrepreneur, best known as the founder of Abus Nakumu, a locally owned PNG food, catering, hospitality enterprise. His journey from humble beginning to building a business is a story of entrepreneurship, resilience, and creating opportunity for others. Our second video message is from Miss Anne Shelley Korave, a DW alumna, social entrepreneur, and women's health advocate. She is the founder of Queen Pets, a social and green enterprise producing reusable menstrual products and providing menstrual health and hygiene education to women and girls, including in underserved communities. In 2025, she was named the overall winner of the Westpac Outstanding Women Awards.
Hello, Olga. Richard Mark. Here from Abus Nakumu. Thank you for joining us as we celebrate this important occasion.
Alex controlling the
To mark the 30th anniversary of Divine Word University. Hello, Olga. Richard Mark here from Abus Nakumu. Thank you for joining us as we celebrate this important occasion to mark the 30th anniversary of Divine Word University. I'd like to acknowledge firstly our President, Professor Father Gibbs, the council members and management of Divine Word University, the academic and support staff, the current students and fellow alumni and chapters across the country, and invited guests, as well as friends and family. Good time ni plan welcome to lo DWU na Medang. It gives me great privilege to share with you and join with the celebrations of the wider DW family on this special occasion. I finished from Divine Word in 2008. I started in 2005, and I graduated with a business and accounting degree. What's important for me, I think, as a take back is the school motto of Run to Win. That has stuck with me since graduating and over the course of my career. And I've been able to apply that in business and in family. And I think that was the highlight of my time in Divine Word, was to never stop succeeding. There was so many highlights. I guess, the school offered me so much room to develop and grow. During my time, we've been able to play sports, participate in cultural shows, participate in open days. And I guess from all of that, the one thing that I sort of like reflect on has been the never-ending journey for improvement and desire to be the best. I guess one key takeaway from my time in Divine Wood University would be the moral compass that it has instilled in me is to, always set the benchmark very high in personal life and in professional life. And I'm thankful for the institution that has greatly supported me through the network that we have currently, through the different alumni chapters across the country. And Pasin Barata, Pasin Susa that Mipla still hold him today. I guess that's one of the key things that I've learned and come to embrace and enjoy is once a divine wood, always a divine wood. And you can look everywhere in country and outside, and if you see a divine wood person or an ex or former Sumatin, we just click. And I think that network has been very beneficial. And in my business and in our business with Abush Nakumu, that network has really supported us through growing and developing our brand. And we've been able to, touch many lives and, give back as much as we can. And I owe that to the institution and the sort of like the values that it has instilled in me. So, to everyone that's there today, I'm sure the celebrations will be very enjoyable. One key thing that I love about that institution is the spiritual life that, it helps you grow as well. And one classic example is, we still hold on to that relationship with God in our daily lives. And, it's been very humbling to pass out from that institution. From the bottom of my heart and my family, I would like to congratulate everyone on the 30th anniversary celebrations, and I'm sure everyone will be enjoying all the celebrations ahead. So all of us from Abush Nakum, I'd like to people thank you. God bless you all and take care. Let's go. Come here, we go.
Warm greetings to the Divine Word University community, staff, current students, and the proud DWU alumni network. Congratulations on 30 years of excellence, learning, service, and transformative impact. May DWU continue to inspire generations, shape leaders, and shine brightly in the years to come. Happy 30th anniversary and happy celebrations.
These are video messages, but they are watching with us live over Facebook. So thank you to both Richard and Shelley for those inspirational messages. Let's give them a round of applause. At this juncture, I would like to sincerely thank our sponsors and our partners. If you would bear with me, I'll run through them. The WR Group, K92 Mining, Papua New Guinea Mining and Petroleum Hospitality Services Limited, DY Enterprises, the Papua New Guinea Institute of Medical Research, Kumul Minerals Holdings Limited, Medang Provincial Health Authority, Vodafone PNG, the Papua New Guinea Forest Authority and PNG Forest Research Institute, Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Papua New Guinea, Brian Bell and Company Limited, and NESFund Contributor Savings and Loan Society, and our own DWU alumni chapters. Thank you, Tomas. And thank you for celebrating 30 years of passing DY with all of us. I now hand it over to Mr. Kosi Sindek to take us through the rest of the program.
Thank you, Franco and Laurie. Distinguished alumni awardees of 2026, academic administrative staff, students, dearest alumni, and our online viewers, you are acknowledged and thank you for following through to this part of the program. I'll try my very best not to put you to sleep, okay? So before we dive into the next session, which is panel discussion, DWU graduates serving Papua New Guinea. Can we see some ends or the ends of the Faculty of Business and Informatics alumni? Can we see the hands? All right, yes, we have some hands in the house. Thank you. Can we see the ends of the Faculty of Arts and Social Science alumni? There you go. Thank you. Can we see the ends of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences alumni? All right, there we have them here. And can we see the ends of the Faculty of Education alumni? Do we have any alumni of FED here? Oh, well, they are in that class, that's right. All right. As DWU University celebrates 30 years of service and excellence in higher education under the theme Legacy in Action, this afternoon's panel provides an opportunity to hear from graduates whose education, experiences, and professional journeys have taken them into different areas of Papua New Guinea society. So basically, the discussion will give us an opportunity to celebrate the achievements of our DWU alumni over the past 30 years, inspire current students through practical insights and personal experiences, explore how DWU values and education have shaped leadership, professional growth and success, and also encourage networking and mentorship among alumni and students. Before we begin, I would like to invite our moderator and our 5 distinguished panelists to the stage. Our moderator for this afternoon is Maggie Veveloia. Maggie will guide our conversation this afternoon and help us explore what it means for DWU graduates to contribute to the future of Papua New Guinea. Please join me in welcoming our first panelist, Ms. Melissa Sindiwan. Please join me in welcoming our second panelist, Mr. Peter Nasale. Our third panelist, Ms. Shelley Kiagi Moiga. Our fourth panelist, Mrs. Tionela Roca Medbob. Yes. And our fifth panelist is Mr. McKinley Kayo. Please give them a round of applause. All right, Ms. Melissa Sindiwan is a dynamic Papua New Guinean corporate leader with extensive experience in strategic marketing, corporate communications, financial inclusion, stakeholder management, and the superannuation sector. Originally from Maprik in Nisipik province and raised in Medan, she is a proud graduate of the DWU University, where she completed a Bachelor of Business Studies from 2013 to 2016. As a DWU University alumna, her career demonstrates how a DWU University education can provide graduates with the knowledge, confidence, and versatility to contribute to national development and take on leadership roles across Papua New Guinea and the Pacific. Please give another round of applause. Mr. Nasalet is engaged in various projects within the space of education, research, development, and community engagement, particularly lecturing in economics and development studies at IBSU University, while also serving as the National Communications and Community Support Officer for the ADB and DS-funded Improved Pivot for Employment project. He also undertakes consultancy work with DWU Training Consultancy. Peter has published research on academic identity, mental health, and higher education in Melanesian context. His professional journey demonstrates the value of combining research, education, data, and development experience to contribute to Papua New Guinea's national development. Peter's experience at DWU University provided him with a versatile foundation to enable him to work confidently across different sectors. His DWU experience continues to influence his belief that graduates should be equipped to adapt, lead, and contribute wherever their skills are needed. Please, a round of applause to Mr. Nasser. Michelle Kiagi Moiga is a dedicated Papua New Guinean professional with more than a decade of experience in finance, administration, disability advocacy, and program coordination. Shelley has served in a range of leadership and professional roles and program coordination. Well, including finance officer at Eastern Islands Family Voice, finance administration officer at Horizon 3000, program Eastern Islands Disability Secretariat. Sally is a fellow of the PNG Advisory Capacity Development Exchange Fellowship Program, a partnership between CBM Advisory Group and the Australian Government's Australia's Awards Program in Papua New Guinea. Sally's experience at the DWU University helped shape their commitment to ethical service and community engagement. A journey demonstrates how education, professional expertise, and lived experience can be combined to advocate for a more inclusive and equitable Papua New Guinea. Let's give it a round of applause. Mrs. Tionela Medbob is an indigenous Nasioi woman from the Basikan clan of the autonomous region of Bougainville. She is a wife, a mother, an educator, community leader, and former politician whose leadership has been strongly shaped by the experience of communities affected by the Bougainville conflict and the Pangunama. Following her university studies in social and religious studies, she reflects that her education at the DWU University broaden a perspective, strengthen an appreciation for humanity, taught her to value wisdom, humility, purposeful living over material wealth. Please let's give her a round of applause. And Mr. Kayo is a senior Papua New Guinean banking and corporate communications professional with extensive experience in strategic communications, marketing, stakeholder engagement, sustainability, customer advocacy, and organizational transformation. He currently serves as the Chief of Staff at Kina Bank. Mr. Kayok is proud Divine Word University alumnus. His educational journey at DWU reflects a commitment to continuous learning and professional development. Let's give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, their journeys remind us that the impact of a university is not measured only by the qualifications it awards, but also by what its graduates go on to do with the knowledge, values, and opportunities they receive. Please join me in giving a warm Divine Word welcome to our moderator, Ms. Maggie Veveloya, and our distinguished panelists, Ms. Melissa Sindiwan, Mr. Peter Nasale, Ms. Sally Kiagi Moiga, Mrs. Tionila Medbo, and Mr. Meg and Lee Kayo. Maggie, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Kosi. And welcome once again. I hope you're all not feeling sleepy this afternoon. This is probably the second last program for our Alumni Day 2 program. This panel discussion will set the pace for the next activity that will come after this. So I hope we all in this room can pay attention, and those that are watching us online as well can appreciate the array of experience that are seated around this table here. I'm feeling a bit small here because I'm just an academic here, and there's so many heavy people sitting beside me. But we will kickstart. So basically, we are going to talk about, firstly, the theme of our day today, which is legacy, leadership, and lifelong experience. So I am very appreciative of all the alumni that are in this room. We could give you the chance to speak today, but we can only limit ourselves to this because of time. And for the students that are here, I want you to open your ears, open your hearts, and take in the inspirational stories and messages that will be coming out from this panel. So to begin with, I'd like to bring to us a question that's going to take us into our discussion. Firstly, to Mr. McKinley Kayo. He is the Chief of Staff for Kina Bank. It's a simple question that we normally ask in a lecture room. What does legacy mean to you?
Firstly, I'd like to thank Divine Word University for inviting us for this to join in the celebrations. I finished from Divine Word in 2007, graduating with a diploma in communication arts. Since 2007, 21 years after, and this year I finished my Master of Business Administration at the Port Moresby campus. And I'm so privileged to be part of the celebrations today. I'm also so very honored to be amongst the other panelists here. I think for me, sitting down and observing since the morning, I was thinking we would get bored, but I think the discussions and the programs were really enlightening. Legacy for me would be, and before I came here this morning, I had to visit my staff at the Kinabank branch in town. I've visited all the branches in Papua New Guinea, but not Medeng. So when I was given the opportunity to come to Medeng, I thought I should call into the branch and say hi to the staff there. I spoke a bit, and I think the message that I left with them quite resonated with the theme that we are celebrating for this celebration today. Legacy for me would be, what is your why? Why do you wake up in the morning? What is it that you want to leave behind for people to remember you? And I think a couple of years ago, when I sat in one of the sessions in the University of Papua New Guinea, and I listened to a young guy who stood in front and said, the best way for someone to, or for people to remember you is when you are alive, you should write your own condolence message. What would you like people to talk about you at your funeral? And that really stuck with me. Because when we are alive on this planet Earth, we have to do things that will not only improve our lives, but also the people that we interact with. It could be your family, it could be your community, it could be your colleagues, it could be your staff, it could be anybody. So legacy would, for me, would be, what is your why? And what do you want people to remember you for when you leave this earth? Thank you.
Very interesting anecdote there. Write your own condolence message. Shirley, from your perspective and in alignment with your profession, how would you define legacy?
Good afternoon, everyone. Leadership for me is empowering someone else. To be in a leadership role it's not about you, it's about the team, it's about the end goal. As a person with a disability, navigating, I had polio when I was 2. So I grew up with it and I navigated all mainstream schools. So when I go out, I'm a freelance advocate, disability advocate, and I'm always bold in my approach. I'm unfiltered, I don't think and talk, I just say whatever comes, it just goes, and I just like, oh, did I say that? So for me, it's getting out there, and when I'm advocating and I'm seeing someone who has a disability, whose stigma and discrimination is closely associated with disability. So when I'm out advocating and I see someone who has a child, especially a child with a disability, they want to go to school. We have the National Education Plan that says there's 9 key KPAs, and only 2 of them mentions disability as something to do with disability, this access and equity. So you can be, we all get confused with equality and equity. There's equality, you can provide equality, but how can I come to school? For instance, this morning, I wanted to use the restroom. Then I realized that I navigated this place back some years ago when I was a student. It never was an issue. So for me, leadership is paving the way, empowering the marginalized, giving them their voice. It's not about me, it's about getting someone else to stand up and move on from where I left. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Legacy is what we do in what we inherited, quote unquote, Father Jan Zuba this morning. So legacy is what we do in what we inherited. Thank you very much. This morning, this afternoon, I'd like to ask Mr. Nasale if you can briefly introduce yourself once again and share your journey since graduating from Divine Word University.
Thank you for that. So my name is Peter and my surname is Nasale, and I am from Morobe. I'm not from the New Guinea Islands. Yes, I'm sorry, New Guinea Islanders. I am a Morobean. Yes. So if I had a picture of when I came here in 2014, and many of you in the audience would fondly remember how skinny I was, quite skinny. The wind could have blown me, but I managed to complete studies here. My journey, I had some of the fondest memories. I think when I die with that condolence, probably a part of it would be about my life here at Divine Word University. Because not only was I a student, but I became a staff as well. And this place sits somewhere in my heart. Yeah, somewhere in there we'll find it. I don't know if it's the right ventricle, left ventricle, I don't know. But it also gave me the opportunity to upgrade my qualifications. And so not only did it prepare me to go and conquer what was out there, it empowered me extensively. And when I was coming, sorry, if I take a lot of time, you let me know. Yes.
I will stop you.
Yeah. So when I was leaving for studies to come here, I flunked from grade 12 and I was upgrading. To the disappointment of my parents. I was a very straight-A student growing up. I flunked because I was bullied a lot in school, and when I got to secondary school, I had enough of it. I just wanted to fit in. It just got to a point where I don't want to be bullied anymore, so I had to fit in. And that fitting in affected me academically. And so I stayed out of school, and my mom and dad, they didn't want to do anything with me. And I worked at a canteen in the church that I grew up in. Some of my church members are in here. Yeah, and the primary school I went to. And I was working there as a canteen keeper, and I paid for my DODL fees. And then around June of 2013, a friend of mine brought the applications for non-school leaver for DWU. And I was telling her, I haven't gotten back my DODL grades yet. I have C's and D's on my certificate, and I can't apply to university. And she was like, just go for it. And this is a true story. This is God God was all along in my story. And so I applied with the C's and D's and 2 B's and 2 C's and 2 D's. You do the calculation. Yeah. And in 2014, never expecting that I would come to university, I used the address for that school, my primary school, which I was working at. And the headmaster, we go to church together, so they called my parents and they said, there's a letter for your child here, for Peter. And I ran up and got the letter, came back down, and voila, then I got accepted. So thank you to health management. Almost there. So when I was preparing to leave for Divine Word, my mom was a wreck. She was really worried. As skinny as you are, being bullied all your life, how would you survive when you leave my care? So when we left, my father was a strong-headed man. He was like, let him go, let him go, now grow up. My mom, she was a wreck. She was crying the entire time. And I tell you, when I got here, it was nothing like what my mom expected. I came to a community that embraced me in all my glory. It embraced me. from the tip of my head to the soles of my feet, it embraced me. So my journey here is, and I always love coming back here because this is home away from home. And yeah, so that's just in a nutshell what this place has been for me. And yeah, that's how my journey started.
Thank you, Peter. That was a wonderful reflection. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. We all went through a lot of ethics classes. Those back in my time, we had ethics classes. So I'd like to ask Tianila, please do not put the mic down yet. Just share with us some experiences. I know you've spoken so much for your speech here, but some of the experiences at Divine Word that had greatest impact on your professional and personal development. Maybe one or two, a reflection.
There's a tree just in front of the chapel, that big tree, DWU. I think the biggest impact I had is something related to that tree. I came in a very empty, confused child, like obviously. I didn't know. I just walked in with a sling bag, a kachin, in our time. That was the kind of identity we were more comfortable with. And being in the lecture room where all my courses that sounded like church history and religious studies 1, and me without any confidence, I was expected to go and teach those secondary school kids. And, a girl who was just raised in a broken community, post-conflict, eroded confidence, no courage. Who would want to stand in front of 30 students? Not me. And then there's this amazing woman in this village called Mama Monica. She always sees me sitting at the corner of our lecture room every time. We were like, at that time, we were 27 of us. And being Black is also very difficult, right? So it was hard for me to hide at the corner. And one time she got up and she said to me, "Come, let's go to the chapel." And then she asked me, "What is your biggest fear?" And then I said, "Not knowing what to do after I graduate with a religious studies degree." And she looked at me and she said, "There is power in underestimation." And she asked me to just use my imagination and uproot the tribe la diwayala hape. She told me to uproot it and turn it upside down. And she told me, when everyone's seeing the leaves, the branches, and the canopy of the tree, you try to understand the roots. I think that's the deepest.
Thank you. That was a wonderful. I hope you caught that. Thank you very much. They cut the tree down. Thank you, Mrs. Rokamato. We'd like to also, apart from all the achievements that we alumni have succeeded in life with, we also face challenges. We also face fallouts and failures. So my question to any of you panelists here, maybe Manisha, you would like to speak to us, maybe some challenges that you faced starting off, or yes, just to share with us challenges that you faced as a young graduate or in your alumni journey. And from you, we'll speak with Shelley and McKinley.
Thank you, Maggie. I think for me, after graduating from Divine Word, or even before graduating from Divine Word, when it comes to the time of looking for job and employment, that was one of the very challenging time. and also a defining moment in my career and life also. You know, as a young graduate, you look at your marks and then you look at the real world. And most of us as graduates, we look at the money side of life, the monetary part of it. We don't really look at the experience and the exposure that we wanted to get or gain in the real world. When I graduated from DivineWare, there were a lot of GDP programs that I applied for, and one of them was BAT. Some of you may be wondering why Melissa ended up working at a micro bank with a good flying colors when graduated. So I wanted to tell that story of that setback. So I applied for a lot of GDP programs, and my perception or my motives was wrong. I was looking at the monetary side, understanding how BAT will pay me, and all these things that comes with the package of BAT. But unfortunately, I put aside all the other GDP programs like BSP and others to go for BAT. But unfortunately, at the 11th hour to interview the general manager of the particular division I'll be joining, I didn't make the cut. And that was the biggest setback in my life after graduating from Divine Word. As a small low-town girl from Madang, and understanding the job opportunities in Madang is very, very limited. And as growing up, I always tell myself, finish from school, finish from Tuspa, going to Divine Word, getting a degree, you are not going back to your mom's and dad's house to be a liability, but you have to go out and get a job and to be sustainable and independent. And that setback really opened up my mind. And that was one of the challenges I see when trying to get into a job also. And one thing that I will always grateful for Divine Word is when I was in school, I was always volunteering to be participating in all the school activities. Volunteer to be a treasurer, to be a secretary, in every school activity, and that was something that paved my way to earn me a job with Women's Microbank. So I think one of the setbacks after graduating is having the right mindset. Don't look at the monetary and the material things after graduating. Look at the exposure, look at the experience. Go out there and serve. Whether becoming an officer doesn't matter. You grow from there to become a manager, and become a corporate manager and CEO one day maybe. So that was the lesson that I've learned. So I believe that every setback, there's a lesson to be learned. And that was my lesson that I've learned, and I thought it's good to share with everyone also today. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Like the saying goes, Rome wasn't built overnight. So we'll cross over to Shirley, because Shirley is an advocate for persons living with disability. Can we have your opinion on how you navigated the challenges and setbacks in this kind of environment after Divine Word?
I have experienced discrimination in applying for jobs. But I always mention in my letters that I am a person with a physical disability. But that hasn't stopped me. I've never seen that as an obstacle. So I have a lot of challenges that I've faced in life, not just in seeking employment, but on a daily basis, like self-care, taking care of yourself. Those who know me from my era, I used to use just one walking stick. Now I use two, and I occasionally use a wheelchair to navigate. I have a lot of challenges that I face, infrastructure-wise, systematic, and attitudinal challenges are the biggest. People just take one look at you and they're like, yeah, that look, that, yeah, in the disability space we say, that look. That look that people give you, that look. That's like one of the biggest challenges. So I think for me, people who know me know I'm really bold, and I just pick whatever that comes to mind. So that's like, I later realized that that was the coping mechanism that I developed as a child, like, so that when I'm in the field, when we're advocating, or when people share their lived experience of discrimination. I think I experienced discrimination when applying for jobs, not growing up and navigating the world. I mean, yeah, the environment. In Medang, like Melissa and I were Medang born, bred kids. So, yeah, when I want to advocate for disability in Medang, people always tell me, when I'm up, you're disabled. Because I was born and I grew up here, and growing up here, everybody knows me. Medang was a small place. Now it's expanded. So people know me because I've navigated all mainstream schools my entire life. There was no special treatment that I received because I'm not special. There's nothing special about me. So I've never, like I always say, I've never really experienced discrimination, I'd say. Growing up, I had a really supportive family, a supportive community, which now currently I'm also I'm the disability rep on the World Development Council. So there's a lot of challenges, but you just learn to deal with it. So that's how I have my bold and frank attitude where I'm always straightforward. I don't care your ranking, your position. I'll tell you straightforward. I'm a disability advocate, and I will tell you straight. If you say person living with disability, I'll tell you straight up. Disability is not a disease that you can cure. It is part of me. I don't live with it. It is part of my identity. I am a person with a disability. I do not live with a disability. So those are challenges that we face, like educating people on the right language, on accessibility, not just infrastructure, like services, getting services, or coming in here. There's more to accessibility than people think building an infrastructure. What about the communication, the information that you give out? Is it accessible? So there are a lot of challenges that we face when I'm doing advocacy. So I did a bachelor's in business management, but when I was working up in Goroka, I came across a community where I never knew there was a disability movement that existed until 2010. So I came across that. Actually, they found me, I didn't find them. So the former governor for Eastern Islands, the late Malcolm Smith Keller, the disability movement in Goroka, they came up to him during a National Disability Day, and they petitioned him to give them a desk within the provincial government. And he challenged them, if you can give me a qualified person with disability, the desk is yours. And I actually applied for a job. I had an interview, and then I went for that interview, and the person who interviewed me called up someone who really impacted my life. Is a physiotherapist from Netherlands. So she called him up and she told him, I found someone for you. She said, I'm not going to give you that job that you applied for, but I'm going to introduce you to something else. So she introduced me to to Marcel Poole, who mentored me and then introduced me to the disability movement. And that was where I kind of not really forgot about the financial stuff, but I used that the earlier stages to deliver, like Miss Cindy once said, financial literacy. So I used that to deliver, just teach persons with disability because we know disability is closely associated with illiteracy. So I used my business background to teach them daily cash bookkeeping. Yeah, so they can manage they're into cash crop farming. So yeah, I did that. So there are a lot of challenges when you're a person with a disability. So maybe one day we could put someone in a wheelchair and then, give you a wheelchair and you try to navigate this environment, try to navigate Divine Word from right at the gate, coming in all the buildings, and find out for yourself. Because I don't know, I've lost count of how many times I've fallen off that BS complex.
Thank you, Shirley. Let's all give this remarkable woman a wonderful round of applause. Despite having suffered her disability here, she has been remarkable and persistent, and to have graduated with a bachelor in management, imagine scaling up the business studies building up and down. But she has come this far, and we'd like to commend you for your resilience and your persistence. Thank you, Shirley. I'd like to cross over to Meg. We're just gonna switch it up a bit because we're going up against time. So if you can just give us some leadership lessons that you have learned through your professional experience.
And I'd like to commend Shelley for really inspiring testimony that you put there. For me, graduating with the diploma in communications, and I have some of my lecturers who are sitting here. I can see Mr. Medbobi here. I really didn't want to. I think options was that I was the eldest in the family, and I had 5 other siblings that were behind me. So I didn't really continue until getting my degree. I just left after 2 years with the diploma. But I had to find my own way. I had to learn. When I went into the newsroom, and I worked there for almost 1.5 years, and then in 2007 I left and I went up to Octedy, and I've been at Octedy until 2023 when I left, and I said, I'd try something different more, and that was how I ended up at Kina Bank. But all along, one of the things that I've learned since graduating out from Divine Word was that challenges are actually opportunities. And that message was clear last night when Father Jan stood up in front and said, look at your challenges as opportunities where you can grow. And I think what instilled in me when I was at Divine Word back then was the values. You can have all the qualification that you can get. You can have all the certificates that you can earn. You can get all the titles and all the rights and privileges that come with it. But if your character is not right, you will not find the opportunities that are out there. Opportunities come with discipline itself. Over the years, I've learned that motivation only gets you far. Discipline takes you miles. And I've held on to that belief. And I think yesterday when I went to the gala dinner, I bumped into one of my former colleagues and we were having a chat. And he asked me a question like, how did you, from a journalist into a C-suite role? And I said, you just have to find your where your path is. You just have to believe in yourself that you can do it. I had to invest in my own education over the years. I didn't wait for the organization to pay for my bachelor's and my master's. I paid it myself because I knew that, if I'm going to wait for someone to do it for me, it will never happen. And I think a lot of I think this message kind of resonates with students at this institution, that you should never wait for anyone. You should chart the future for yourself. You should clear the pathway for where you want to go. And I think the question around challenge is, challenges come with opportunities. Opportunities come with responsibilities. And I think when you have the responsibility of looking after someone's asset, if you have the responsibility to look after someone's life, you just have to also empower the person that is impacted by your growth journey. And speaking of growth, I think one of the things that I've learned over the years is that all of us have to have a growth mindset. And the beauty of a person with a growth mindset is that person will be unstoppable. You will never stop that person. That person will grow. And despite the circumstances, despite the environment, that person will eventually make it there, dependent on what sort of goals or aspirations that person might have. So I think my message to the young graduates that are listening, motivation will take you that far. Discipline will take you miles. And hold on to the values that you have. I think for Divine Word, it's something that I learned, and I asked the question at lunchtime with some of the folks that we were having lunch with at the mess. I said, I asked the question, are we still doing community days at Divine Word? And the answer that I got was that no. And I said, on my first week at Divine Word, I was given a grass knife to cut the swamp behind, I think, the Brothers Hall. And I thought to myself, I just came out from a boarding institution, and you have to wake at 5 o'clock in the morning to cut grass. And, I thought that, if you come to university, you won't do that. And I was really complaining. I got into so much trouble when I was at Divine Word, and Mr. Medbob knows I sort of wrote articles about the institution and everything else. And Father Yan one time pulled me out of the classroom and sort of told me that you shouldn't be writing articles about it. But I said, I'm only doing that based on what you are teaching me. And that is objective reported. So I think that I got away with it. So but I think the community day for me at Divine Word taught me discipline, taught me character, taught me time management, and those values I've taken it back to, where I am now. So I'd like all of us to look at those situations and those opportunities where the university does teach you about values, ethics, and just be a good person. Just be a good person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, McHenry. All right. Yes, some very valuable lessons there when everybody came into the university back in our day. Yes, we were given grass knives and we thought we were still in national high school or we were still in boarding school. Little did we know, those grass knives and the long grasses that we cut or had morning service or working bees shaped most of the alumni sitting in this room here. Like Mr. Kayok said, time management, it taught us to be on time, to be productive, to make use of every opportunity. Thank you, Meg. All right, so we're coming to the last leg of this segment, the panel discussion. And this is just a question I'll probably start from Melissa, and we're gonna go around the room here. So around this table. Just what is important for alumni to remain connected to the university? From your personal perspective as an alumni, why is it important for alumni to remain connected?
Thank you, Maggie. It's a very important question. It is very important that alumni, we have to be connected back to Divine Word. There's so many ways that I can think of. One of the things that stood out for me is, when we graduated from Divine Word, we graduated with no experience, only knowledge. And we took only knowledge with us into the real world. So to come back to Divine Word and connect with Divine Word as an alumni is through sharing our experience with the current students, helping to contribute ideas to the university, also in terms of curriculum development. And for me, as someone that's been in the financial industry and driving financial literacy trainings, entrepreneurship development skills training, I feel that reconnecting back with Divine Word and help them to develop some curriculum around in that area will also add value to the young graduates or the students who are still in school. So it's important to connect back to share those experience. If we want to see, if we want to make difference and see impact in the real world in our graduates, we have to develop things based on experience, based on the needs. You know, when I was asked to be part of the panel, I was also looking at when sitting in the interview rooms, trying to interview graduates coming in looking for jobs. And there are a good number of Divine Word students come through our doors for interviews. And most times when they come in and we ask them questions to know their aspirations, where they want to be in next 2-3 years, a lot of them look kind of lost. There's an honest feedback I can give. They don't know where they want to be because I think they were not prepared enough to go out into the workforce. They were not workplace ready. So for me, to connect back to university is to ensure to help back the students to be workplace ready. And the other thing also, I was asked, one of the lecturers, he asked me a few days back, he asked, Melisha, you're working for Nest Fund. You're doing financial literacy. How can you contribute back to business studies department, helping the business studies students? And I said, I would like to be part of the business studies department to contribute in terms of how to create curriculum, probably review the units so we can have some entrepreneurship skills training inside the curriculum. Teach our students at a very early age about the importance of retirement savings. A lot of us, even before we go into workforce, we don't know about Nest Fund and Number One Super. When we get into the workforce and they said, fill the IRC form, fill the Nest Fund form. No awareness, no nothing, we just put our information down. And then we were just only focused on the mandatory contribution, the 6% and the 8.4% for Nest Fund and Number One Super. We never knew there were voluntary contributions also there that we can utilize to increase our retirement savings. So when we retire with some form of dignity. So those things are missing. So for me, to answer that question, Maggie, to connect back to Divine Word is to come back and share your experience, what you have learned at the real world, to contribute back to the university so that we can review our curriculum and add more inclusive and workplace-ready units for our students. Thank you.
For me, I would say that remaining part of this community is important for 2 reasons. 1, community is identity. And 2, 4 years that we spend here is very much theory-based growth. There's a bigger growth when you start going out there, putting your feet in the cold, and not all of us will charter the way that will define our career. Say, for example, we have a brother here who started with communications and is in the banking industry. And there's a lot more that we can learn from each other. I think I'm too pluricenter, so thank you.
Yeah, I think for me, I'll begin by encouraging our current students. Many of the programs that we're studying here, the versatility of this program will allow you to step into anywhere and flourish. Will allow you to step into anywhere and flourish. The programs that you're studying here, they're designed in a way where they empower you to do more and be more. I am in a space now where I'm intersecting between higher education and development. I'm in a space where when people ask me now, where are you now? I find it difficult to answer. And most times I just say I'm freelancing. And that's the beauty of a divine word degree. I feel that I can do anything. Honestly, I feel that. That nothing is never enough for me, that I am never content, that and I get bored very easily. And after I step into something and I complete, I'm like, I need to be continuously challenged. And that is the beauty of getting a DWU degree. You are part of a very unique community. Other universities do not have the relationships that we have. Trust me, I tell you. The alumni don't have the relationships. They do not forge friendships that we have. Mind you, this is the first time I'm meeting Mac. I live in Port Moresby. Now, after we go back to Port Moresby, Mac is now big brother, wherever I see him. And that's the beauty of being a DW alumni. It's the beauty of our network. I tell you. So this morning when we were seeing the students, I was just thinking to myself, did it not occur to you that this is Alumni Day? That some very important people and future employers would be here? Because I tell you, this world is now very connected. Very connected. So if you do something that employers don't like, I tell you, you're not hidden. They will pick up the phone and call someone else and call someone else. They'll ask Mac, do you know this person? He's applying to us. That's the student in this particular era. You see how connected we are? But you belong to a very unique community. Yes. Yeah. I tell you, you are blessed. You are blessed to be studying a divine word, and you are blessed to be soon to be an alumni, to be part of a unique community. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Mac?
I think for me, and I think this message is for all of us, and you decide whether you want to take it or leave it. Something that I picked up from Father Jan's speech this morning was that this university has graduated so far 47,000 graduates. You multiply that by an average of 15 years. I think it gives you around a total of over 700,000 years of experience. So if the question that you're asking, how can alumni give back to the university and to the current students, you have an opportunity of 700,000 years of experience there. You just have to look at how you can tap into it. And come with that 700,000 years of experience also comes with thousands of those networks that those individuals hold, and the opportunity that is out there for students that are currently studying. And I didn't want to talk about it, but that was an observation that I also share with my brother here, is you have a lot of people that are here this week. Those people are here, and you might not have that opportunity to meet them and find that road where you want to go down after you leave the institution. So I know the celebrations will end by tomorrow, Cultural Day and all this, but to the current students, just reach out to the alumni that you have now here, because you will never have that opportunity. And the next time that you celebrate the 60 years of Divine Word, it will be 30 years later, and for some of you, it will be very late. So I think my message is quite strong, and I'm delivering that with a lot of purpose, because I've seen opportunities that have come by me and I've not grabbed hold and have gone. But if you are here, if you're in this room, if you're listening out there, whether you're in your dormitory, watching it online, you got a lot of those alumni here for this next couple of days. So you just have to reach out to them to find the opportunities that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mac. We'll have the last one from Shelley.
I think Alumni Association with the university, I think the staff is more than 50% alumni. Yeah, so that connectivity is still there. Once at DY, always at DY. And yeah, that we're still the link. So that 4 years molded us. Like you can forget high school. You can forget high school, but you'll never forget your uni experience. Uni days, you won't forget. So in one way or another, your connection to Divine Word will still be there. Whether you're freelancing, you're not attached to any active alumni chapters or whatever, you will still, Divine Word is home, it's close to the heart. It's always a part of you. So, like I had a conversation with one of my niece the other day. She's in grade 12, and she was like, "Oh, Mom, I want to go to UOG, but my dad's like, no, go to Divine Word so you're closer. You're close to me." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll agree with your dad." I was like, "Why?" It was like, "Because you're ex-Divine Word." It's like, "No, because of the Divine Word alumni network." So I agree with your dad for you to apply to Divine Word and not UOG, because we're thinking of your future. So yeah, Divine Word thinks about your future. Alumni think about your future. Thank you.
Thank you, our distinguished alumni guests here at the panel. We will end our panel discussions here, but I'd like to personally thank each and every one of you for making this time, and to our audience, live audience, and those online, those alumni and guests throughout Papua New Guinea. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for this wonderful talk with our alumni here. I hope you have taken on some messages, very, very vital information from all our alumni here. Thank you, Shirley, McKinley, Peter, Theonila, and Melisha. Thank you so much. You will continue to speak with them in the next segment, which is Meet Your Future. We will be speaking to them. So if you're not satisfied with the discussions here in the panel, please feel free to meet them in the next segment, and also our networking event that is to be in the evening. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for your time. Thank you to the wonderful audience, and I'll hand this mic over to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie, for moderating this wonderful discussion. And thank you to all our panelists for sharing your experiences, insights, and reflection with us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give another round of applause to our panelists. All right. This now brings us to the end of our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that it's been a long day, so I will do my best to wrap this up. However, okay, let me undo that, however. On this note, I'd like to acknowledge the person behind the graphics, layout, and the setup of the wonderful PowerPoint presentation. Please let's give a round of applause to Rawali. All right, let me just touch on that part on however. So we received news that our Prime Minister is on his way, is here, but then we will have to confirm that in the part of the program. That's why, and that's where however came in. All right, now on to the program for today. So we have 3 segments remaining before the closure of the program for day number 2. The remaining parts, right after this, we have the physical unveiling of the alumni plaques at the alumni park. And then we have the meet your future alumni. So the departments have invited the alumni to meet with the students in your respective departments. I know you will be tired at time, but please just walk around. If you don't know the venues, kindly seek assistance from our ushers or our wonderful alumni here. You can ask for direction. And right after that, we have the alumni family reunion at the JP Hall at 5. In addition, for tonight's program regarding the diversity night, the program is canceled. However, the cultural show will proceed tomorrow. With that, I ask you all to move down to the alumni park. Thank you.
Partly, you must mind the straight. The partly, you must mind him straight.
Thank you.
Regardless, man.
Regardless, man.
We just host them there.
Thank you, Rawali.
No worries. You guys were amazing.
I don't know what to say.
Truth,
No,
whatever.
you were amazing.
You have made it so much.
All people smile on you, yeah. Oh, Laila, yeah. By making you mama. Oh, purpuri laila, all people smile on you, yeah. Oh, Laila, yeah. By making you mama. Yes, spell
Okay, please. Franco. Franco, give me.
I just need the assistant. Yes, all my finance. Because of 4 o'clock. Oh, yun. Yes, I didn't.
So we're here at the Alumni Park. The program will be starting shortly. We're still watching this live stream on DWU Facebook page. We thank you for joining us.
All right, we reached where the Prime Minister is on his way. So, security guards have been informed. Arrived here, we directed while waiting. You can take pictures with the
Recipients.
alumni awardees while waiting. And then we'll start our video. Maybe jumping over the corner, you can take pictures.
Where's the photographer? The photographer is
Thank you everyone for joining our live on DWU Facebook page.
All right, just a clarification on the visit. So as you are aware, yesterday the Prime Minister gave his word that he will visit us today. But that visit doesn't have any political intention behind. So he's just accompanying his wife on the visit as an American. So you know when his delegation or let's say the wife and the Prime Minister when they're here, feel free to interact. And, but the part where the governor spoke, probably that was more political, and you know, I know. Let's keep it going.
Say hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Sost. That's our Median chapter president, alumni. Some of you will probably recognize these faces. Thank you for joining the live on our DWU Facebook page. We're at the Alumni Park here, Divine Word. All right.
Check, mic check. All right, I will proceed with our program for this segment. So you remember the however. I will now use the however. However, as per the information we received, the Prime Minister will make his way to the resort to meet with the Vice Chancellor's delegation at the resort. So we will proceed with our program now. Sorry, the wife will come here. So we will proceed whenever she joins. We will acknowledge her and we will proceed with the program. So, thank you. All right, now may I ask everyone to move closer? Please move closer, not closer to me, but here around the immortal. Yeah. Those of you at the back at the lawn, I kindly ask you to move closer. It is a formality. We welcome you to the official physical unveiling of the alumni plan. All right, I would like to ask our distinguished alumni awardees for 2026. May I have the two of you to move to this side? This part of the program is very short and brief. So we will have the photographers to take the pictures. And at this part, I would say we now officially unveil the alumni pledge on the immortal wall. So you can see on the wall, it's 500 space on the wall. So just a brief info on that. And also, as you look to this side, there's an empty space here. Thank you. Another round of applause. All right, thank you very much. The photographers, I believe we have the pictures right there. All right, now we will have the group photo for everyone with the awardees, alumni, and then you can further disintegrate in a group and get proceed with the photographs. Thank you. Please move forward to the photograph.
Does everyone look at this one? Okay. Okay, ready? Which camera first? Okay, guys. 3, 2, 1. Passing 1, 2, 3, go. Passing We need to get a picture. Let's get a picture.